You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a collected work of Rudolf Steiner numbered 314, entitled Physiology and Healing, Treatment, Therapy, and Hygiene, translated by Meuss, 13 lectures, an address, 2 discussions, and a question and answer session held in Dornach and Stuttgart between March 1920 and April 1924. And this is the first part, entitled Physiology and Therapy Based on the Science of the Spirit, Lecture 1, given in Dornach on the 7th of October, 1920. The speaker has not yet arrived. I hope he'll be here soon. But for now, I don't wish to have you sitting there waiting. It is self-evident that this series of lectures carries particular weight as part of the course. The intention is to take a practical subject and show how our spiritual science, with anthroposophical orientation, truly can play an effective role in everyday life. Now, as everyone knows from personal experience, medicine, medical treatment, is a most important sphere of life. And for this reason, if no other, we must not fail to take anthroposophy into the field of medicine right from the beginning of our anthroposophical endeavors. In this course, we endeavored to have the individual subject areas covered by people who are qualified specialists, also in everyday terms. It is necessary to do so when we, representing spiritual science, present the different subjects to the world, for otherwise they are not taken the way they are meant to be taken. I will therefore try and say a few things about physiology and how it relates to medical treatment until the speaker arrives, doing so from the spiritual scientific point of view. That was more or less the proposed subject matter. And I want to show you how much spiritual science is needed in the study of medicine, and then also in medical practice, in the whole art of medicine. As you know, at our universities, the study of medicine is usually preceded by a study of the sciences. The actual study of medicine comes after this. Having got to know the phenomena more of biology and physiology, one then gives consideration to the pathological phenomena until one finally comes to the subject of therapeutics. Many members of this audience will no doubt know that therapy really gets a poor deal in the process. It is indeed true that with the study of medicine, given this scientific approach, people concentrate on the natural processes relating to human beings. When the future physicians then come to the subject of pathological processes, they do so with a mind concentrated on natural processes, and are hardly able to see pathological processes in the right light. Now, there is an opinion which I think has come up more or less of necessity in more recent times. We tend to gain a particular view of processes in nature, their inner connection, and the underlying causes. In a healthy individual, we must therefore, under these conditions, quite evidently look for certain natural processes in a necessary causal relationship. In a sick person, or let us say in a sick organism, what can we look for but basically also natural processes, subject to causal necessity? Yet we are compelled to say that compared to a healthy organism, the natural processes in their very obviously causal development of a disease are abnormal, in a way dropping out of the system of causal relationship that exists in a healthy organism. In short, as soon as we enter into the field of medicine, doubt and skepticism arise concerning our actual approach to the study of nature when it comes to considering natural events from the modern point of view. Many medical people, therefore, develop a real skepticism, downright nihilism, as I have said here on other occasions, when it comes to treatment. I have known famous professors at the Faculty of Medicine in Vienna, at a time when that Faculty of Medicine was at the height of its glory, who, at heart, really were nihilists when it came to treatment. They said that one can really only let a disease take its course, and they took the particular disease where such a view does certainly apply, pneumonia, as an example. One can guide the course it is taking with external measures that will ameliorate or promote it until the crisis comes, and the whole then dies down again. Essentially, we cannot speak of a cure in the true sense of the word, though people have done so for centuries, if not millennia. If such a view were to be consistently taken further, medicine would gradually develop into pure pathology. For in the study of diseases, albeit from the point of view of a natural science based on materialistic thinking, an extraordinary degree of perfection has been achieved in this age of therapeutic nihilism. At this point, I'd also warn you against the potential misconception that in Dornach and in spiritual science with anthroposophical orientation, we fail to recognize and tend to underestimate the full significance of modern science. That is not at all the case. Someone who has taken even just a brief look at the methods of investigation in pathology in the second half of the 19th century and how they have developed can only do so in amazement and admiration for the brilliant, tremendous progress made. Yet beyond this, he must also make a very different admission. He has to say to himself, yes, materialism has arrived, but it cannot meet certain needs in the human heart and mind, nor can it cast an adequate light on vast areas of human insight. Materialism has, however, had its own kind of mission, I'd say. It has made us develop our ability to experiment and observe in an extraordinarily careful and thorough way. We are entirely indebted to this materialism for our modern pathology, even if it does have that materialistic bias. People will always complain if one is not biased in our present age. As editor of the journal titled Magazin für Literatur, I was labeled a materialist when I had written an article about Büchner's death that did not condemn him, but did indeed express appreciation of his merits. This is what matters when we live with and practice the science of the Spirit, that we are able to enter into everything, everywhere, finding the thought form, the form of sentience, on which approaches and philosophies that may be complete opposites may draw. And we are also able to appreciate the merits of something which has its root in such a thing as materialism. At the present time, and this is simply the need of our time, we must, however, overcome materialism. There is something else to which I'd like to draw your attention. You will have heard in the lectures given here that we seek to establish a phenomenology in science. You will also have heard, with full justification, that there is need to look for a chemistry free from hypothesis. I am keen to discover if someone might not find that with regard to one thing or another, which indeed has to be presented with reference to medicine and the practice of medicine. The discussions do not also cover elements that will seem to him to be hypothetical. But we must first clearly establish the concept hypothesis, especially when moving from the study of the inorganic to the organic. What is an hypothesis? Well, let us take a perfectly ordinary thing from everyday life. When I have walked along a road and seen someone along this road and walked on and then did not see him any more, I am unlikely to assume at first that this person has disappeared into the ground, something most unlikely to happen. No, I'll look around and perhaps see a house. I can limit my ideas and say to myself, well, he's gone into that house. I don't see him now, but he's in there. It would be a justifiable hypothesis if I were to take the thoughts, as it were, that come to me as my senses perceive this, and then something occurs that needs further explanation, so that I have to presuppose something, take it as an hypothesis. This will arise from my train of thought, but cannot be seen or observed directly, so that it is not a direct phenomenon for me. I would not be setting up a vague hypothesis in making such an assumption, just as I'd not be setting up a vague hypothesis when, on using a thermometer, I first perceive an increase in temperature and then see this temperature disappear due to freezing or something of the kind, and speak of the loss of latent heat. If investigation is to be fruitful, it is now and then necessary, therefore, to take the sequence of sensory concepts further. An unjustifiable hypothesis is one where we arrive at ideas, where we take them further and consider them with insight. It becomes evident that the things on which it is based simply cannot ever be perceived. We must then provide the ideas we arrive at, ideas on atomism, molecularism, with ingredients that can never be perceived. Otherwise we would be able to perceive them. For we could never, for instance, cherish the illusion, if there were some kind of process by which it would be possible to see even the smallest particle of bodies, that we could then still explain light as arising from motion. In that case, we would actually be taking light into those smallest particles. I would ask you to make occasion at this point to develop a clear idea of justifiably continuing in thought within an experience on the one hand, and of establishing unjustifiable hypotheses on the other. To come back once more to that earlier thought, we have to say, we see someone before us whom we consider to be normal, in quotes, and we see someone else who has fallen ill. We must of necessity acknowledge a process taking its natural course in either case. Yet how does the one process relate to the other? The fact that we keep physiology, pathology, and medical treatment separate, as has become the custom in recent times, prevents us from gaining the relevant ideas as we move from one to the other. Apart from this, modern medical people really cannot include the spiritual in their considerations when working with physiology or also pathology, for the spiritual is really something unknown in the modern approach to science, and so it is not included in any of their considerations. It is possible to contrast the two natural processes, one physiological, the other pathological, definitely and clearly, initially in abstract form, choosing certain final forms in pathology, I'd say, and the study of such final forms may perhaps allow us to arrive at fruitful ideas. You need not think of there being an absolute necessity, of it being demanded when you are at the beginning of a science. This correctness, something we call inner necessity, can only develop in the course of our studies. And we may therefore start at any point, I'd say, if we want to study a particular thing in nature. Let us take a truly extreme case within the sick human organism. One most extreme case, which presents many problems in modern medicine, is the development of cancer. With this we see, as may also be seen under the microscope, something organic, or at least looking organic, developing in such a way in the ordinary organism that it will gradually destroy life in the rest of that organism. At first, all we can say is that within the body of the human organism, we see something arise, where we see how, rising from unknown depths, something enters into the usual natural course, which interferes with the development of that natural course. We may also turn to the other extreme of a pathological organism. We can perceive something arising, something where, in a sense, normal activity in the human organism proliferates, becoming unnormal. We then consider the human organism to be abnormal. I don't particularly wish to operate with the terms normal and abnormal, but they will serve our purpose for the moment. In due course of time, it would then be evident, if this line of thought were to be taken further, which I hope it won't, that in transition the normal would also simply go over into the abnormal, as it is called. Just for the moment, it will be reasonable to use the terms normal and abnormal. With reference to the normal human organization, we note that in the psyche too, a specific form of will, intent, develops, a specific form of feeling, and a specific form of thinking. In social life, we have gradually let a kind of normal image crystallize out of the ideas we gain from dealing with other people, an image which makes us consider a person as normal, who, to a certain degree, develops his will, feeling, and thinking out of his own nature. Concentrating that thought just a little, we will inevitably say to ourselves that if the organism functions too strongly, functioning like a body containing latent heat, from which we remove that latent heat, and which could then release too much free heat into the surrounding world, so that we'd no longer know what to do with this heat. Now, if the human organism were to function in such a way, sending out too much in this direction, it would, of necessity, if it were to present itself to us in reality, have to show the results which we've arrived at in our thinking, though the emotional element always comes into this through the element of feeling. In our thoughts, such a human organism would seem to us to be affected by the abnormality we call mania. We see something appear in this human organism, which results from powers of organization flooding it, powers that go very much in the direction of sensory qualities. Carcinoma-type developments are something where natural force appears in the organism, segregating itself, as it were, where this organizing power becomes embedded in the organism. On the other hand, the pathological phenomena of mania, or the like, are something which the organism is not able to hold on to, as it were, something which comes out of the organism. If I were to draw a diagram of this, I would do it by saying, if this normal development of the human organism, I draw in the occurrence of a carcinomatous growth like this, there's a figure, putting something by way of powers of growth in some place or other, powers that now cling to the organism inwardly, so that it must there provide something which otherwise it would provide for the whole organism. For a diagram of mania, I would have to show something welling forth from the organism, something pushing toward the sphere of mind and soul. I have been referring to extreme situations, and you may consider them also in less acute forms. Imagine the problem does not go as far as developing into a carcinoma, but rather a carcinomatous change prevented from going all the way. In that case, some organ or other, for these things do not happen in a vacuum, of course, nor in spaces between organs, is taken hold of. But the power which otherwise tends to go inward and in there emancipate, growing quite independent, unites with the power normal to the organ. The organ is then affected by a disease, which we may refer to in many different ways, as has come to be the custom in medicine. Let us assume a tendency toward mania is stopped halfway. The abnormality of the individual's organization, does not cause the element of mind and soul to be put outside completely, as is the case with full-blown mania, where it is completely beside itself, as it were, and the thought element emotionally goes its own way. The element which tends toward the other extreme goes only halfway, and we then have the different forms of mental illness, as it is called, I say, which may take all kinds of different forms, from illusions, which are organic in origin, all the way to states of hysteria and so on, where an organic origin is hardly demonstrable, though they do have their basis in the organism. As you can see, the aim has been to consider the phenomena that take us from the normal to the pathological in two different directions. We must consider these phenomena before we can form an opinion about them. Let me now show you from another angle how it is possible to grasp, at least to a degree, what is behind it all, doing so not yet entirely out of the science of the spirit, the methods of which I have referred to as insight in images, inspiration, and intuition, but by using a certain instinct, as we might call it, though unless there is a desire to progress to the spiritual scientific way, doing it from instinct will only take us halfway. There is an extraordinarily interesting phenomenon in the evolution of German culture. Leaving aside one's personal view of Schelling as a philosopher, he is an interesting phenomenon in the history of civilization. Perhaps everything he has developed as a philosophy may be wrong and askew, but there was a certain instinct alive in him for natural processes, even in areas where people working in ordinary science are not at ease in following events in nature, relying more on a very crude empiricism. Schelling has indeed also tried to think in terms of medicine as occasion arose, and actually devoted quite some time, especially to issues relating to healing processes. Little thought has been given in the more recent study of the history of philosophy to how Schelling actually came to leave more abstract and local philosophical deliberations aside and enter quite instinctively into a realistic study of nature and even the organic sphere. He actually published a journal in which medical issues were extensively considered. Where did this come from? We can come to understand it if we know and learn to appreciate in the right way the profound instincts for gaining insight on which Schelling drew for his truths and his errors. And so we find a remarkable statement made by Schelling, not based on clear insight, I'd say, but hewn from the instincts in his psyche. He said that to gain insight into nature was to create nature. Now, if these words were to be realized directly from human insight, we'd find it easy to enter into medicine. If we could have the creative powers entering into our search for insight, if we had powers of creation in our thinking, we would find it quite easy to enter into the field of physiological and pathological phenomena, for we would then be able to observe the steps taken by creative nature, as it were. From the empirical point of view, one simply has to say that we are unable to do so. Someone who then takes this further would be able to say that the very fact that a demand like the one made by Schelling cannot be met, going beyond human capacities, is partly the reason why we are not able initially to see into a process of this kind, where new developments arise. Being unable to follow nature's creative work directly, with our powers of insight, we are unable to see into the process where new forms, new developments arise. We are thus not immediately able to look into the facts of material processes, such as the development of a carcinoma. However, if we rightly bring together this thing which is truly denied us, that is, our inability to do with the things which do present themselves to us in the carcinomatous process, when a man of genius demands, when he says that to gain insight into nature is to create nature, If we bring this together with the phenomena of the carcinomatous process, it will become evident how one must tackle processes of this kind. We have to admit that Schelling did not speak from instinct in other respects. Just consider how his utterances were polar opposites. On the one hand, we have the words, "To gain insight into nature is to create nature, something we are unable to do." On the other hand, there are these words, "To gain insight into the spirit is to destroy the spirit." So far, only people involved in spiritual science have said these words, and even then only in a certain mysterious obscurity. To gain insight into the spirit is to destroy the spirit. Now, if we are unable to achieve the creative work of nature, then, initially admitting this merely in analogous form, we may go further into this later, we are also unable, with our human capacities, to destroy the spirit. We cannot penetrate with our powers of insight to the point where the destruction of things spiritual begins. Yet you will have an inkling, I think, that here we have a certain relationship to manic or similar states where something destructive arises in mind and spirit. There is need to look for the connection between the normal human powers that cannot create nature by gaining insight into it, and those that cannot destroy the spirit by gaining insight into it. I have thus shown you the way initially, something which takes us from a normal but instinctively more deeply stimulated conscious awareness to the relationship of the human being to nature. We shall see that along this road, which I have now indicated, there lies, as we go on, the element we must really look for as we move on from physiology to pathology. Well, I hope that it won't be necessary for me to speak to you about this tomorrow as well, but I will try to take this line of thought further one evening during the next 2 days, at least in outline. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of collected volume number 314 in Rudolf Steiner's collected works, his lectures on Physiology and Healing, translated by Anna Meuss. This is Lecture 2, given in Dornach on the 8th of October, 1920. Let me pick up where I concluded yesterday. Reference had been made to an individual who was driven by his philosophical instincts, as it were, from insight in the sphere of mind and soul, to a feeling that this sphere related to human existence in a physical body. This was Schelling, and I said that on the basis of these instincts, Schelling became involved in practical terms, not only in the theory of medicine, but also with various forms of treatment. I do not know if this led to greater or less satisfaction, as is the case with physicians who are well prepared. For the question as to how much a treatment really contributes to a person's improvement is in most cases highly problematical, unless, of course, one takes the inner view. Schelling did, however, gain a principle in the state of soul engendered out of that instinct, a principle of which we may indeed say that it would be good if it were to become a kind of inner principle for every physician, so that the physician would develop the whole of his practical view of the nature of the human being in sickness and health on the basis of it. I gave you the words Schelling spoke. He simply said that to gain insight into nature was to create nature. I think you'll agree that the first thing to strike one when a man of genius says such a thing is that it is evidently absurd. No one would seriously believe that as an earthly human being in a physical body, one would be able to create anything, whatever it may be, that exists in nature, by gaining insight into nature. Yes, people are creating things all the time in industry, but there it is not a question of truly creating something in the sense Schelling meant it, but merely of putting together, combining forces of nature that would give nature the opportunity to be creative herself in a particular way, in a specific arrangement. Essentially, therefore, we have here an absurdity on which a man of genius based really the whole of his thinking. And I quoted other words to you yesterday, words that may be seen as the opposite of, quote, to gain insight into nature is to create nature, close quote, which would be, quote, to gain insight into the spirit is to destroy the spirit, close quote. Schelling probably did not utter these in such a fundamental way. But when one is again taking up the science of the spirit in a different age, developing one's own spiritual investigation, one realizes that essentially both statements take us back to most ancient inspired insights. Schelling was not an initiate in any way, but simply a man of genius. He produced the one statement out of his own instincts. And when we do studies that were not done in Schelling's day, this statement immediately brings to mind echoes of the most ancient maxims. This then takes one to the other statement, coming to us as the echo of ancient maxims in a similar way. Both cannot be grasped with our ordinary understanding today. Seen side by side or each on its own, they are really absurd. Yet they point to something of the greatest importance in the human organization, in both sickness and health. Looking at the natural world around us, the only thing we can say about finished processes in nature is that to gain insight into nature is at best to recreate nature in our thoughts. We thus really develop this principle which we call our thoughts and which can do no more than recreate nature, since it lacks the inner creative power in our thinking, in an inner life filled through and through with thoughts and ideas. But it has already been said that this inner life, filled with ideas, essentially is merely something which emancipates from the physical and etheric organization as the second teeth develop. Something human beings have inside their physical and etheric organism up to that time. The powers at work in that part of us are truly creative in early childhood. They then become attenuated, toned down in the inner life as a world of images or of thoughts and ideas. In short, I'd say as a cosmic power in our thoughts and ideas that is a dilution of the substantial creativity we had in our physical and etheric bodies. So the element which we come to know from our 7th year onward simply sits in our organism and organizes things in childhood. There it is actively creative. This creative activity is not such that we can see it creatively at work in the natural world outside, but we see it there being active in our own organism. If the child were to have wisdom already, and were able to speak not only about the natural world outside, but about the things happening inside him, and understand nature there, he would say what Schelling said. To gain insight into this nature is to create this nature. For the child would simply imbue himself with these creative powers, would be at one with them. And Schelling, with his medical instinct, his physiological instinct, did nothing else but take something which is an absurdity in the whole of later life, taking it from his childhood, and pushing it out, saying, as it were, all this gaining of insight in adulthood is nothing but a feeble tissue of images. If one were able to gain insight as a child, one would have to say to gain insight is really to be active, to develop creative activity. We are, however, only able to see this creative activity in our own inner life. So what is it really, this creative activity within us? Something which a man of genius such as Schelling puts in words in the way I indicated. Now, I think you'll agree that genius altogether arises when someone keeps some childlike quality later on in life. People who age absolutely, taking to aging in a, in quotes, normal way when the relevant age is reached, will never have genius. It is people who take something positively creative and childlike into later life who actually have genius. This childlike quality, positively creative, this creativity based on insight, to put it in what is perhaps a foolish way, does not have the time to turn the search for insight to the outside, because it turns those powers of insight inward and becomes creative. This is the legacy we bring with us when we go through birth to enter into physical existence. And someone like Schelling felt this instinctively. Everyone who gains this kind of vision will know that these things are not, for instance, such that the powers of mind and soul that imbue the organism in childhood and organize it cease to be when the second teeth develop. They are merely going through a stage. They are, as it were, forced down to a smaller measure of activity. We do later on definitely continue to have organizing powers in us, but we have also gained powers to create memory. Those powers come to conscious awareness at second dentition, and so free themselves from the organization. Memory has then left the latent state and been released. And our powers of growth, of movement, of balance, have become powers of mental vision, which in early childhood had shown the higher degree of activity needed at that time. You can see from this that in normal human development, this organizing power, this power of growth, must be transformed in a particular way and taken down to a given level, to be powers of mind and soul, powers of memory, let us say, and the power to develop thought. If we assume, on the other hand, that due to some event or other, too much of this organizing power, active in childhood, is held back, with development simply taking a course where not enough of the organizing powers are transformed into memory-creating powers, then they are held fast down below in the organism, are not taken properly into sleep every time the individual goes to sleep, but continue to be active in the organism, bumbling about in the organism from going to sleep to waking up. Doing physiological and phenomenological medical research in the direction which I can only refer to briefly in the short time available for these lectures, one comes to see that in the human organism it is possible for powers that should really go into the sphere of spirit and soul at the right time of life to stay down below in the physical organization. This creates the situation of which I spoke yesterday. If the normal measure of organizing powers is transformed at second dentition, we have a measure of powers in the organism later on in life that can fully organize this organism in its normal configuration and normal structure. But if we do not have this, if we transform too little, then the untransformed powers remain down there, turn up in one place or another, and we get those neoplasms, those carcinomatous neoplasms of which I spoke yesterday. In this way we can follow the process of falling ill, or of being injured, as Troxler put it in the first half of the 19th century, of injury in later life. Comparison is then also possible with regard to the situation with childhood diseases, for these clearly cannot have the same kind of origin, seeing that they develop in childhood when nothing has as yet been transformed. Yet once we have come to know the causes of disease in later life, we have also gained the ability to observe the situation with the causes of disease in childhood. In a way, one sees the same thing, though in a different aspect. We find that there is also too much power of organization in mind and soul in the organism when childhood diseases develop. This shows itself particularly well to anyone who has developed the ability to see things in this direction when considering the phenomenon of scarlet fever, of measles in childhood. They can then see how something which would otherwise function normally in the child's organism, the element of mind and spirit, begins to bumble about, is more active than it really should be. The whole course of these diseases can be understood the moment we are really able to see how this bumbling about in the organism is the underlying cause of the disease. From there, it is not far. Please pay careful attention to this, for I never go a step further than the thoughts that have gone before do justify, even if I am only able to refer to things briefly. But I always make it clear how far it is possible to go. I am not saying that a conclusion is drawn here, but only that one is close to giving recognition to something which it is extraordinarily important to recognize for real knowledge. If we have reached the point where we are able to perceive that when disease develops later in life that goes in the direction of neoplasia, meaning that there is too much organizing power, resulting in a surplus, as it were, in an organizational island, we are close to saying to ourselves, if later life thus refers back to earliest childhood, then the principle apparent in childhood refers back to the time before birth, or, let us say, conception. It refers back to the individual's existence in spirit and soul which he had before being clothed in a physical body. Such an individual has simply brought too much of the spirit and soul element with him from life before being a human being, from life before earth, and this surplus comes into its own in the childhood diseases. In future, the only thing possible will be to allow oneself to drift from the fruitless materialistic thinking in which we are caught up today, especially in physiology and therapy, and consider things from the point of view of mind and soul. And it will be found that the things which arise in spiritual science do not do so because the spiritual investigator is not properly based in physical research, being an amateur, as it were, in physical research. In parenthesis, I definitely say that many who call themselves spiritual investigators are indeed such amateurs, but that is not how it should be. A spiritual scientist does not have to be too limited in his knowledge of physical research to be a spiritual scientist. He will be a spiritual scientist when he is more knowledgeable in that field than scientists usually are. If he understands the phenomena more clearly, the phenomena themselves will drive him into the sphere of mind and soul, especially where we have to speak of sickness. Then there are the words, quote, "To gain insight into the spirit is to destroy the spirit," close quote. Well, it really is equally absurd. But these words too point to something that has to be perceived and understood. For just as the words, quote, "to gain insight into nature is to create nature," close quote, refer us to early childhood, and in fact to the time before birth, if we broaden them in the right way, so the words, quote, "to gain insight into the spirit is to destroy the spirit," close quote, refer to the end of an individual's life, to the principle in us that brings death. You only have to subscribe to these words, paradoxically I'd say, that to gain insight into the spirit is to destroy the spirit, and you'll find that we must not go along with them. And yet they are there in life as something we are always asymptotically coming close to. For someone who does not simply rush into insight gaining, as we might put it, but develops the right way of knowing himself, to gain insight into the spirit, it means to see, to gain vision of constant processes of degradation, constant processes of destruction in the human organism. Looking into the creative age of childhood, we see continuous building up processes, which, however, have the peculiarity that they dim the conscious mind. This is why we are half dreaming, half asleep in childhood, with the conscious mind not fully awake yet. Our own earthly spirituality, growth activity suppressing conscious mental powers, is something which really organizes us thoroughly. At the moment when this power enters into our conscious mind, it ceases to organize us to the degree to which it has done until then. And just as we are looking at the upbuilding powers when we look into the age of childhood, powers which do, however, dim consciousness, we look at destructive processes when we direct our vision to the fully developed thinking processes. But these have the capacity to make our conscious mind bright and clear. Modern physiology does not take this sufficiently into account, although the phenomena are as much in evidence as they can be. Take a look at the real phenomena of modern physiology, and you'll see that nothing can be more clearly shown on the basis of everything known about the physiology of the brain and the like than that with conscious processes in mind and soul, one is not dealing with some kind of powers of growth, some kind of powers to take in food, but with eliminatory processes, degradation, a slow, continuous dying process. Death is at work in us when we give ourselves up to the principle which is actually involved in our conscious awareness. And just as in looking at unconscious creative powers we look to the beginning of life, so in looking at the powers of conscious ideation, which prove to be powers of destruction, we see the principle emerging which begins to take hold of us more and more as we grow into life on earth, break down the physical body, and finally take us toward earthly death. We are with those powers looking to the other end of life, to death. And we will not be able to understand birth and death, or, let us say, conception, birth, and death, unless we also consider the non-physical. The statement that to gain insight into the spirit is to destroy the spirit really is a way of saying, if we were to consider only the spirit, no longer looking at it more or less naively, but were to look at it the way we look at the natural world outside us, we would have to stem back the principle which lies in this conscious thinking, ideation, and sentient feeling activity, would have to prevent the breaking down process. This means we would at that moment have to tone down the power over the mental aspect, take inner conscious awareness down to unconsciousness, with the mental principle active unconsciously. We would reach a point where we created something spiritual out of ourselves, pushing it out to the outside, as it were. But we would not be able to follow this with the conscious mind, for we cannot take the organization into this breaking down process, this process in mind and spirit. We are therefore able to say that organizing processes are such that in a way we have the structural framework of the human organism, plate 1, top, though this is now an abstract way of looking at it, with the organizing power, plate 1, below, entering into it as a principle in mind and soul. In the other case, the second case I spoke of, we have here the framework of the human organism, but do not allow the organizing power, which to a degree dims down conscious awareness, to enter into it, but seek to drive out that organizing power into which we now seek to gain insight as spirit, plate 2. Yet, Our capital I, or self, cannot follow this, being bound to the organism. We have the other side, the side where human beings do begin to develop spiritual principles, above all will activity. Due to being filled with will activity, which remains unconscious and in a way is asleep, dreaming, we bring forth a spiritual and soul principle from our organization without conscious awareness. We have the other side, the manic raging side, where the human being goes mad in the various forms of mental diseases, as they are called, though these are nothing more than that. Here, with physical diseases, we have an element of mind and soul that does not belong in the physical organism. See plate 1 below. And with the, in quotes, mental diseases, we drive forth from the physical and etheric something which should really be inside, but we drive it forth from the organism. See plate 2. Today we see light cast on something which we discovered yesterday, but from another side. And the situation is that this point of view provides more guidance for us. Tomorrow we'll see the fruitful consequences we get exactly from these points of view. Consequences that will definitely find confirmation in life, proving to be the most practical application in life, in medicine, therapeutic practice. When we inquire into the causes of a physical illness, we must ultimately really look for them in a spiritual principle having lost its way in the organism. One should certainly not take an abstract view. People who know nothing of the way in which the principle of soul and spirit is connected with the physical organism really should not bring in their opinion here. For we can only identify the specific situation where there is too much organizing power somewhere in an organ, a hypertrophic organizing power, I'd say, if we know the principle of spirit and soul, which in itself is just as real as the physical body has liver, stomach, and so on as tangible organs. People have no idea of this in psychology. If we know it and its parts, its elements, just as we know elements that are physical and material. Knowing the relationships between the two, we can consider the condition which develops in a person, often even in mind or spirit and soul, so that there is a kind of hyper-organization in some organ or other. With everything but external injuries, we would be able to refer to some such cause and origin. If, on the other hand, we concern ourselves with mental diseases, as they are called, we will remain abstract if we think we can gain anything from half a phenomenology. If we think that we can gain anything by simply describing the abnormalities in mind and soul, though it is, of course, very useful to describe them. Such descriptions are very good for causing a sensation among lay people, for it is always interesting how someone who is foolish deviates from the normal in life. Rare things are always interesting, and in our day the situation is that something which deviates from normal life in this way is at least still a rarity. But there can never be a question of stopping at this point. Above all, there can be no question of letting something move in the direction of the amateurish lay opinion that mind and soul are sick, and it is possible to cure mind and soul somehow with measures in mind and soul. That is what abstract thinkers dream of. But it is especially with the mental diseases that the most important thing to do is to point in every case to where the under-organization of some organ or other is to be found. Wanting truly to gain insight into a melancholy or hypochondria which has become a mental illness, we should not paddle around in the sphere of the psyche, but rather endeavor to consider the condition of the individual's abdominal region, how under-organization takes effect in the abdominal organization, how organizing power that is functioning below normal is in a way making something precipitate, to use the chemical term. A chemist precipitates something from a solution and the like, causing a sediment to form. We must endeavor to see how reducing organizing power causes something physical, material, to drop out, precipitate, that would otherwise be fully penetrated by the organizing power. How this then exists in the organism as physical matter, is deposited, and what is going on in the liver, bile, stomach, heart, or lung. These processes are not as easy to investigate as we would like in an age when people turn to cruder methods. For histology, the study of tissues under the microscope, is also a crude method. Psychologies will be needed for such an investigation, but it is always necessary to trace mental diseases back to physical conditions. This does, however, make them less interesting, but that is how it is. It is, of course, more interesting when a hypochondriac is able to say that his psyche is in some way or other involved in the cosmos of spirit and soul, than if we are able to demonstrate that there is an under-organizing power in his liver. Or it is more interesting to look for the cause of hysteria in mind and soul, let us say, than having to point merely to metabolic processes in the sexual organs when speaking of hysterical phenomena, or whatever other metabolic irregularities spread in the organism. But we won't gain insight into these things unless we study them in this way. The aim in the science of the spirit is certainly not always just to look for the spirit. We may leave this to spiritualists and other interesting because rare people, sadly only too rarely rare. We do not speak of spirit, spirit, spirit all the time in the science of the spirit, but seek to trace the spirit's influences. And it is exactly this which will get us to grasp the material aspect in the right place. Far from being proud to explain mental diseases in an abstract way, referring to mind and spirit, the way is to come to a material view, especially for mental diseases. We are thus able to say that the science of the spirit points to and explains the interesting phenomenon which existed in psychiatry just a short time ago, perhaps with Griesinger, or in the time before Griesinger. A relatively short time ago, psychiatrists would at least still consider the physical condition as well when making a diagnosis. What has become more and more common today? That psychiatrists crowd their literature with syndromes that are merely descriptions of abnormalities in mind and soul. Materialism has actually taken people directly into an abstract sphere of mind and soul in this field. This is a tragedy for materialism, for it has in fact taken people out of the material sphere. This is what is so strange about materialism, that at certain points it actually leads to lack of understanding and inability to grasp the material. Someone who follows the spirit as a genuine fact will also follow it where it influences the material sphere, and then withdraws from it so that matter is deposited, as is the case with mental diseases. I had to present these things to create a basis, so that tomorrow I may also suggest some guiding principles for therapeutic work. The things we find, if we thus fructify the sphere of physiology and therapy with the science of the spirit, also have a social aspect. It is a peculiarity of life that wherever, in looking for knowledge today, we do not withdraw, being abstract into scholarly existence inimical to life, but look for it in taking a view of human existence, human togetherness, that is full of life, such a living search for knowledge will actually take us into a social sphere. An extraordinarily interesting social phenomenon shows itself in current developments. We see humanity divided up into middle class and aristocratic people above on the one hand, and into proletarian life below on the other. The one-sidedly aristocratic style of life leads to people being caught up in a false seeking for the spirit, materialism in the spiritual sphere, whilst proletarian life is caught up in a certain spiritualism in the material sphere. What does it mean to say spiritualism in the material sphere? It means to stop in one's search for the origins of existence. Proletarians have developed scientific materialism as a philosophy of life at the same time as the aristocratic element developed materialistic views of the spirit. The proletarians have become materialists, the aristocrats spiritualists. For if you find spiritualists among proletarians, this is not something grown in their own proletarian soil, but mimicry. It is copied, merely something which has come across from the aristocratic and middle-class element, like an infection. I'll be talking about infection tomorrow. If, on the other hand, you see materialism developed among aristocrats, so that spirits let themselves be seen materially, as if looking at flames, so that materialism is taken into the most spiritual elements, and the intention is to see the spiritual in material terms. This arises from the original decadent one-sidedness, where people step outside their humanity as a whole, out of the totality, and turn one-sidedly to the aristocratic and the middle-class element, the latter having caught some of the aristocratic disease. If proletarians, feeling compelled to stop in matter when they want to use their minds, their spirit, because they are not lifted out of it through the appropriate education and the like, when they are forced to stay in the material sphere in their search for the spirit, their philosophy of life will be materialism. This has been developed by proletarians as a philosophy, for instance, in the materialistic view taken of history. Materialism was developed as spiritualism by more aristocratic people, for spiritualism is materialism, a masked materialism, where one will not even honestly admit to it being such, but lies and maintains that those who subscribe to it are spiritual individuals. Following this reminiscence, let us continue tomorrow, the end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in London, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a collected works volume, 314 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Physiology and Healing, translated by Meuss. This is Lecture 3, given in Dornach on the 9th of October, 1920. It will, of course, only be possible to speak in general terms about specific methods of treatment, particularly as the time available for this therapeutic part of our conference is short. On the other hand, it is also a somewhat doubtful thing to have to give details on specific subjects, particularly in medicine, unless one has an audience wholly of professionals in this field, as was the case in the spring. On the one hand, it will be necessary in future human evolution for as many people as possible to come to understand the general principles of healing, the consequences of medicine, as it were, so that there can be a relationship of trust between physician and patient, based, however, on proper knowledge of the subject. Yet, although there is need to have such understanding on the broadest possible basis in order to have social hygiene, it is, on the other hand, not desirable that too many amateurish lay opinions are given room in medicine, though this has been very much the case in more recent times. The system of medicine being what it is, it really must be stressed that it cannot in the least be my intention to encourage any form of quackery, and that in our spiritual science, with anthroposophical orientation, there certainly must be the endeavor to support genuine medical knowledge based on exact methodical study, the art of medicine, and to bring spiritual scientific insights into this genuine art of medicine. So we do not wish to be in the ranks of people who, out of an infinite ignorance concerning the subject they are talking about, declare themselves up in arms against all kinds of things they label conventional medicine and the like. No, we certainly do not wish to be counted among them. Something else must also be taken into account when we discuss things of this kind. Something has entered into medicine in more recent times. In a sense, it has been there for a long time, but it has made itself felt more recently with all the vehemence generally found in a social order seemingly as chaotic as ours. It is the tendency to form factions even within the medical community. And these factions are as aggressive toward one another as are political parties, I'd say. This cannot be helpful for medicine, as is only too evident quite generally. The fight of allopaths with homeopaths, conventional, in quotes, medical professionals with those versed in natural medicine, and so forth, has brought much confusion into the understanding of medicine, which we need to have among wider sections of the community. This had to be said first, so that the things I will be saying today may not be given the wrong basis. I spoke to you of how, on the one hand, we have the element of spirit and soul in the human organizing process, and how it hypertrophies, as it were, when physical diseases develop. So that this element of mind or spirit and soul does not stand apart from the physical organ in the right way, and therefore proliferates within it. Here we are dealing with all the diseases that go in the direction of neoplasms in the organism. On the other hand, we have diseases where the element of mind and soul develops in such a way that it does not adequately intervene in the physical organism, and therefore leaves certain parts of the physical organism to processes that have not been taken up by the human organization, but left to the subordinate processes of natural existence. I'd say, so that organs become physicalized, if I may use the word, to an overwhelming degree, instead of filling themselves with qualities of soul and spirit. The element of soul and spirit then flows out and cannot be properly spanned by self-awareness, the conscious I, with the result that conditions, rather incorrectly called mental diseases, develop. This view has to be modified, however. It has to be given a more precise form, I'd say, as soon as we move from sound physiology to sound pathology and therapy. It needs to come together with the view of the essential human being, which has been presented here on repeated occasions, though in a very different context than the one we need today. It is the view of the human organism in its threefold nature. On the one hand, human beings are threefold in their soul, in forming ideas, in feeling, and in their will impulses. But this threefold nature of the soul exactly corresponds with a threefold physical body, with a kind of head or neurosensory system, a rhythmic system, and a system of metabolism and limbs. Let me stress that this differentiation of the human organism must not be considered with the intellect, but as a particular view. Someone who would consider the head system to be the part that extends down to the neck, and then the circulatory or rhythmic system is the part that comprises the trunk, and then the system of digestion and limbs, including the sexual system, making such an external differentiation, would not have the right idea. The point is that the neurosensory system is located mainly in the head, but also extends through all the rest of the organism. In a sense, therefore, we have to say, when referring to the neurosensory system in anthroposophical terms, that it is the system of functions in the human organism, for we are dealing not with boundaries in space, but boundaries between functions, which is mainly located in the head, but extends head activity through the whole human being. So that in a way the whole human being would also be, in quotes, head. It is the same for the other systems. And it was plain mischief when an irresponsible professor of medicine, who had no intention to consider things properly, but did want to cast aspersions on these things in the eyes of the world, spoke of the, in quotes, belly system, to discredit what is really meant by metabolic system. He showed that he failed to realize that with such a differentiation, it is the functional aspect which counts, and not boundaries that might be set in space. Once you have grasped this differentiation, and one could give many lectures to describe every detail, you clearly understand the differences between the head system, that is the neurosensory system on the one hand, the system of metabolism and limbs on the other, and the middle system, the rhythmic system, which essentially serves to maintain the balance between the other two systems. If we then want to encompass the whole of essential human nature, we have the following. The actual idea-forming and sensory activity has everything which physically happens in the neurosensory system for its basis. We can't actually say instrument, but its basis. The view held in more recent psychology and physiology that the processes which are primarily connected with the system of feeling and of will take place in the neurosensory system is not correct. It will not stand up to a more detailed study of the subject. You will find an indication of this more detailed study, or at least its guiding principles, in my book, German title Von Seelenrätseln, parenthesis, extracts in title The Case for Anthroposophy, close parenthesis. Much detailed work still needs to be done in this direction. Then the things which can today be said with certainty on the basis of spiritual science will also be evident from the other point of view, the physical and empirical point of view. It will be evident that human feeling is not primarily connected with the neurosensory system, but with the rhythmic system. Where the neurosensory system relates to sensory perception and the forming of ideas, the rhythmic system relates to feeling. It is only because the rhythmic system interacts with the neurosensory system via the rhythm of our cerebrospinal fluid, a rhythm that comes up against the neurosensory system, that this system is made the vehicle for our life in ideas when we raise our feelings to ideas. Our dim, dreamlike life in feelings is then perceived by us and becomes inner idea. Just as life in feeling is directly connected with the rhythmic system and is indirectly mediated by it, so does the life in will connect directly with the metabolic system. This connection is then such that secondarily, for there is metabolism also in the brain, the functions of the metabolic system come up against the neurosensory system, and we thus inwardly manage to produce ideas of our will impulses, impulses which otherwise would play in a dim life of sleep in our organism. You see that we have three different systems in the human organism, and each sustains the life of the psyche in a different way. These systems not only differ from one another, but they are also opposites. As I said, I can only refer to these things briefly today. We thus have the neurosensory system on the one hand, and on the other, everything that makes up the functions of the metabolic system, the system of metabolism and limbs. See Plate 3. You can, of course, develop ideas about the connection between metabolism and limbs by simply considering the influence which limbs in motion have on metabolism. This influence is much greater than people tend to think. But I'd say that these two systems, neurosensory system and system of metabolism and limbs, are in a way also polar opposites. This opposition must be thoroughly considered in order to develop a sound pathology and therapy, especially a pathology that develops in a wholly organic way into therapy, thoroughly studying every single detail, and the details are, of course, countless. The following emerges when we consider the detailed influences. Something to which I referred briefly yesterday then becomes evident. It is that this thing I referred to yesterday is present to a high degree. Processes of degradation exist within everything connected with the head system, the neurosensory system. When we form ideas in our waking state, making sensory perceptions and forming ideas, this is not bound up with the processes of growth and development, but with processes of degradation, of elimination. You will, in fact, arrive at this by looking, in a sound way, at the things which empirical physiological science has to offer today. Empirical proof is available today, or I might put it better by saying empirical proof of knowledge gained by contemplation in spiritual science. Study the things certain inspired physiologists are able to say about physical processes in the nervous system that run parallel to the forming of ideas and to sensory perception. You will see that the statement that we are dealing with processes of elimination and degradation, catabolism, and not of anabolism, when we are awake and thinking, perceiving things, is very well substantiated today. We have anabolic processes, however, where processes of will come to realization in the system of metabolism and limbs. All the individual functions of the human being are, of course, interactive. Looking at this in the right way, we have to say that the anabolic processes act from below upward into the catabolic processes, and the catabolic process down from above into the anabolic processes. Study the matter in these terms, and you'll then have the rhythmic process maintaining the balance between catabolic and anabolic processes. Its functions drive catabolism and anabolism into catabolism. If we study this in the right way, not just outwardly, to see what is going on in the circulation of the blood, as it is called, of the heart, as the human body is breathed through, you have everywhere in there special processes that are interrupted in some way, as I might put it. I can't go into this interruption, for good reason, but the curve of this rhythm, which I have drawn here, plate 3, right, is everywhere specialized. The breathing process is a special case of this curve. And if you draw the movement of blood from the heart upward to the head, or else to the lung and down into the body, these are special cases of this process. In short, if you bring life into the things which I am just touching on here, you enter into the tissue of functions in the human organism, not in the usual, rather dead way, but in a living way. You must, however, make your ideas themselves come to life. You'll need to visualize a three-dimensional image of the human organism in a way. You cannot encompass the human organism with the static, abstract ideas people want to have in modern physiology and pathology. We have to grasp it in ideas that move, ideas that truly enter into the action of something that is inwardly mobile, and certainly not mere mechanical interactions among organs that are at rest. We thus begin to see that essentially there is constant interaction in the human organism between catabolic processes, killing processes, and the anabolic processes of growth, processes of proliferation, and so on. We cannot comprehend the human organism unless we proceed in this way. But what do we really have there? Take a closer look. When the destructive catabolic process of the neurosensory organization acts through rhythm into the system of metabolism and limbs, we have something which acts against the system of metabolism and limbs, is poison to it. Conversely, when the principle in the constructive anabolic system acts through rhythm into the head system, it is poison to the head system. As I said, the systems spread through all the rest of the organism, and so we have constant poisoning and detoxification everywhere in the human organism, with the rhythmic process balancing them out. We are not looking into a natural process of the kind one would generally like to have, a process going in a particular direction, easily understood direction, I'd like to say, so that we may simply refer to the healthy processes as normal. No, we are looking into two processes acting in opposite directions, with the one definitely harmful to the other, and we actually cannot live in our physical organism without our system of limbs and metabolism continually exposed to the causes of sickness from the head system, and the head system to the causes of sickness from the metabolic system. Just as scales that are not balanced go to one side, wholly according to natural laws, with the beam not in the horizontal, the state of balance that exists in life is unstable, not static, and they go in the one direction or the other, leading to irregularity. To cure is simply that when the actions of a head system are too toxic for the metabolic system, you relieve the head of its toxic action, taking it away. Or conversely, if the actions of the system of limbs and metabolism are too toxic for the head system, causing proliferation, the former must be relieved of its toxic action. Our view of this area will only be complete, however, when we are in a position to extend anything observed in the human being to the whole of nature, and are able to see that nature, from the spiritual scientific point of view, read that again, and are able to see that nature from the spiritual scientific point of view. Looking at the way a plant develops, for instance, you very clearly see in the most macroscopic way a plant development process that strives upward, seeks to move away from the earth's center. It is most interesting to study these metamorphosing endeavors to develop in Goethe's title Metamorphosis of Plants, at least for the first basic principles. Goethe's Metamorphosis of Plants outlines the very first classification, the very first elements of plant nature to be studied in this way. The method needs to be further developed. The basic principles must be followed, and this will give us a living way of seeing everything that happens when plants grow. The plant roots in the soil, developing the negative of upward striving, as it were, in the root. It then grows upward, overcoming Earth's powers of attraction that are still highly active in the root. It battles its way through other forces and finally comes into flower, developing fruit and seed. Many things happen along that road. One is that an opposing force comes in again. You can observe this opposing force, taking some example. For instance, take common birch, let us say silver birch, Betula alba, and look more closely at the process that goes from development of the root to the trunk, and there especially the bark, and then on the basis of everything that is involved in trunk and bark development, we get leaf development. We can study this particularly well in the spiritual scientific way, by studying the young birch leaves when they are still brownish in spring. Studying all this, we gain a view of how the forces involved metamorphose, forces that are active in the inner plant. And we see how, on the one hand, the direction of forces in plant development is from below upward. And we also have the element which still causes retardation, which in the root, I'd say, still acted strongly as gravity. But then, as the plant struggles free of Earth's substance, forces act from the air, working together with the upward striving force in a different way. Then comes an interesting stage, though again wholly factual, to realize how in this upward striving process in birch bark, certain salts are deposited in the bark as the plant develops, potassium salts. These are simply the outcome of the downward acting forces in their interaction with the upward acting forces and tend toward protein production. I'd say to something I would like to call the development of albuminizing powers. And so one penetrates the plant development process, for instance. I can only refer to it briefly here. You see, we penetrate into it by looking, as it were, how potassium salts are deposited in birch bark, how something then struggles free from this power that draws things down. I'd say a kind of process roughly comparable to a salt precipitating from a solution. And we come to the process which consists in the solution coming free of the salt. If we grasp this in a living way, we come to the protein-producing process, into something I'd like to call the albuminizing process. This is a way of studying with vision the outside world around the human being. We then return to the human being and consider the catabolic process, which acts from above downward. We see that basically, let us say, human beings have the kind of forces in them which in plants act from below upward. Looking at the forces that act down from the head system toward the system of limbs and metabolism, we are, as it were, seeing the forces acting downward, which in plant development were being sent up from below. If someone blocks this plant development active in him, doing so in the wrong way, so that the process is not coming from the sphere of head activity, be astral I nature, capital I, to penetrate bodily nature in the right way, and the penetration comes to expression within the living body, we have something which is blocked, though it should take its course in the human organism. This is a pathological phenomenon which we see, for instance, when rheumatic disease or gout develops. Looking from the inner organism, let us say, to a process in plant development like the one we found in silver birch, we learn the following. On the one hand, we are considering what happens when salts form, and on the other, when protein forms. If we understand the process of protein synthesis properly, we find in there a process which is the opposite to the situation where something is blocked. The process is held up in the organism, which should run in a way similar to the process which runs properly as albuminization in birch leaves. We thus see a connection between the processes found in birch leaves, for instance, and the processes in the organism. If we use the principle found in birch leaves to produce medicines, which we give to people, these will be therapeutic, because they are correctly counteracting this blocking process which leads to rheumatic disease and gout. We are seeing both what is happening outside in the natural world and what is happening in the inner organism. This gives us an idea as to how we should direct the healing powers. On the other hand, when catabolic processes proceed in a way where the organism is, as it were, unable to stop them, they broaden out in a downward direction. The rhythmic system is not sending them back in the right way. And they go to the periphery of the body, forcing their way outward to the skin, as it were. This results in inflammatory changes in the outside part of the human being, skin eruptions and the like. Looking at our plant Betula alba again, we find the opposite process, with potassium salts deposited in the bark, and are able to see how to combat this skin eruption process, which in human beings leads to hyperexudation, by making a birch bark medicine. We are thus able to study the actions of vegetable and mineral processes and see a connection between activities in outside nature and in the human being. In other words, we see medical empiricism, therapeutic empiricism, raised to the level which Goethe, in his terms, now not intellectual, called the rational stage of science. We gain a science for therapy, where the connections are truly understood. Things are not too easy, for we really have to study things in detail, at least according to certain types. In the first place, the hidden types of individual human nature and the secrets of existence in the natural world. Nor should you think that once you have studied the process in an example such as Betula alba, you have fully grasped all that matters. These developmental processes are of a very different kind with some other plant development processes, in horse chestnut or the like. The things I have touched on here must not lead to general drivel and twaddle, but to very serious and extensive study. But, and here I would particularly address the ladies and gentlemen who are students, done in a rational way, this kind of study should not, if done rightly, make you afraid of its vast extent. I can assure you that when all the ballast of examination Tartarus, to use Periclesian terms, is eliminated, and instead you do everything which in this way leads to a rational view of therapeutic pathology and pathological therapy, medical students will not need to study more, but indeed less. And being full of life, this study will evoke greater enthusiasm in you than the things taught today concerning the human being, which essentially give you nothing but organs which are definitely not at rest, and can only be understood if you grasp their living function and their interaction with other organs as you study this organization, if you grasp the way this goes wholly into the functional sphere. And you will also have a science of the natural world outside, which likewise takes you to the functional aspects. It will always be necessary, again and again, to study the inner process in the human being, the particular processes of poisoning and toxic effects that are no longer in balance, side by side with processes which do not follow the natural order, and the external being the polar opposite to the internal, must in a way also be used in polar opposite ways, and thus may certainly lead to pathology, or to use a better term, to therapeutic pathology and pathological therapy. I have only been able to touch briefly on the road to be taken to make the study of medicine sound, and I was only able to hint at the way in which the science of the spirit needs to be brought into this study of medicine. This evening, when I'll again speak for half an hour after the eurythmy performance, I'll give you some further examples which will show how such intuitive vision of activities, both in the natural world outside and in the inner organism, can lead to the therapeutic aspect and to insight into the pathological element. I'd wish to go into individual substances then. In the short time available to me, I have only been able to demonstrate the principle on the example of Betula alba. Tonight I will go further, but will always make sure to speak of things meant for general human understanding. Medical professionals will have to build on this basis. They need to consider the specific, for to treat the specific in this way also calls for individual assessment, and it will be necessary for all lay people to understand the medical principles so that understanding, a sympathy, develops for the things which the medical profession have to undertake in the world outside. If you consider the line which we want to follow in spiritual science with anthroposophical orientation for the field of medicine, I'll have more to say on this tonight, you are bound to say to yourselves, truly, in this spiritual science with anthroposophical orientation, the aim is not to go for charlatanism, lay approaches, and amateurism. The aim is above all to help science, genuine, serious science, to grow sound. And this will in itself, no doubt, have social consequences. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org and rudolfsteinerpress.com, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a collected work by Rudolf Steiner, number 314, entitled Physiology and Healing, translated by Meuss. This is the fourth lecture, which is the end of the first part called Physiology and Therapy based on the Science of the Spirit. And lecture 4 was given in Dornach on the 9th of October 1920 in the evening. Tonight I'd like to add something to the lectures I was compelled to give here these last days. I'd like to point out some things, aphoristically, which may help to shed light on the principles according to which the science of the spirit can make the study of medicine and therapy more fruitful. It will, of course, not be possible to go into much detail. I gave the reasons for this earlier today. Time is short, and above all, detailed insight must be reserved for consideration among professionals, again for reasons which I gave this morning. I, nevertheless, want to say a few things relating to this field that may contribute to a general understanding of it, so that a kind of social effect may result from this part of our spiritual scientific consideration of medical matters, establishing a degree of trust between the public and the medical profession. The greater the understanding you will have for medical matters, the better will the medical world be able to work. This morning I spoke of how life in the human organism really consists in the neurosensory system, or head system in short, really working in opposition to the system of limbs and metabolism, with the rhythmic system keeping them in balance. All the most necessary breaking down processes, catabolic processes in the neurosensory system, are continually brought into harmony and exchange with the anabolic, developmental processes in the system of limbs and metabolism. You can imagine, and it is possible to substantiate this in detail, that the two systems in the human organism are indeed working in opposite directions, and in a way also affect each other in such a way that anything going on in one of them, let us say the system of limbs and metabolism, must not be affected too much if, say, an activity suitable only for, say, the head system influences the system of limbs and metabolism without being corrected by the rhythmic system. When one has gained sufficient insight into this, one will also be able to understand how, in other words, the head system, the neurosensory system, where metabolic processes must also be active, as I have said, may on occasion also be overwhelmed by such metabolic processes. With these metabolic processes, in a way, inwardly, functionally, making the head system similar to a system of limbs and metabolism, and the opposite may also be the case. The functional system belonging to the head is certainly also active in the system of limbs and metabolism, though only in a subordinate way in normal life. It may, however, grow overweening, developing excessive intensity in the system of metabolism and limbs, where it should function only to a limited degree, its real full role being in the head. In other words, neurosensory activity, which is also present in the system of limbs and metabolism, and bears the powerful imprint of head activity, may grow overweening or too intense in the lower abdomen. The destructive catabolic processes, which normally should only occur in the neurosensory system, will then affect the organs in the lower abdomen. Developments that should normally only be catabolic processes in the neurosensory system will then occur in the organs of the lower abdomen. They will, of course, have a different configuration in the lower abdominal system, but perform its nefarious activity there. looking into the human organization like this, we can indeed see the development of a serious disease there, of typhoid fever. It is, of course, possible to observe typhoid empirically in its outward manifestations, but it can only be understood and placed within the whole human organization by studying the human being in this way from the point of view of a rational medicine, to use Goethe's words. I also showed you this morning how it is possible to progress from physiology and pathology to therapy by seeking to gain insight into not only the things that happen within the human being, but also those in the natural world outside. Processes in the natural world can, if rightly understood, be introduced into the human organism in the form of appropriate substances. That is because the natural world outside, plant nature, for instance, in rising upward, acts in the opposite sense in the human being, like the element in it that seeks to go downward, and can stop certain processes that are proceeding in the wrong way between the three systems in the human organism. It is interesting to observe that the principle which I showed to you this morning for the plant world and its connection with the human being can also be studied and understood for the mineral world. However, if we want to understand the matter with reference to the mineral world, we must draw on certain anthroposophical insights relating to the human being. The element of mind and soul, the etheric and the physical principles, are active in human beings. This element of mind and soul acts in such a way, you were able to perceive this during this morning's lecture, that full awareness of I, capital, can be present in it. There we have the human being in his normal organization, as it were. But it may also be that awareness of I is reduced in some way and recedes. If the element of mind and soul is in some way roaming, going its own way, and not properly imbued with the I, the different kinds of mental illness develop. But everything that is mind and soul in the human being, the astral as we see it in anthroposophy, being the more subconscious, dreamlike or also wholly unconscious inner life, and I activity, meaning fully conscious inner life, all this has physical vehicles in a way that allow it to take effect in physical life. We are therefore able to say that when we look at the human being, we must turn our attention not only to I activity, which is purely spiritual, but also to the actual vehicle for this I activity in the organism. And we find that the actual vehicle for this I activity is essentially anchored in the blood. It would go too far for me to show in every detail, which would certainly be possible, how the specific activity of the blood, metabolic activity combining with rhythmic activity in the blood, actually enables the I to work together with the rest of inner or soul life. Something which should be of particular interest to us at this point, however, is the bridge between physiology and pathology on the one hand, and therapeutic aspects on the other. There we find something that is extraordinarily important. We can, as it were, influence the physical scaffolding, the physical vehicle of something that exists in mind or spirit and soul, let us call it the fully conscious I, to such effect, through processes of one kind or another, which we cause in it, that it withdraws from I activity, as it were, but performs a function similar to that which otherwise occurs only under the influence of I activity. I'm going to try and read that sentence again. That's a difficult sentence. We can, as it were, influence the physical scaffolding, the physical vehicle of something that exists in mind or spirit and soul, let us call it the functional I, to such effect, through processes of one kind or another which we cause in it, that it withdraws from I activity, as it were, but performs a function similar to that which otherwise occurs only under the influence of eye activity. Let me recall a particular instance of this kind. Please think of, I'll draw this in diagrammatic form, eye activity built up in a kind of scaffolding, taking the form of scaffolding, as it were, through the human blood system. I would like to show the eye activity itself by drawing strips of color along the lines of this scaffolding, those strips to be the mind and soul element in the eye activity. See plate 4. If we are then able to influence the organization of forces underlying eye activity, it can happen that this organization of forces makes itself independent, as it were, tears itself away, and separates out as physical activity. A scaffolding of physical forces separate from the mind and soul element, but still a kind of image of that activity in mind and soul, though its actions are wholly physical. One is creating a kind of inner double in this way, which is at work down in deep subconsciousness. But its actions are similar, though only spatial, that is, only physical, to when it merely devotes itself to be the instrument for eye activity. We can evoke this. No need to do it, as in elementary cases one can, by merely following the right route. Always find the point which Goethe called the point behind which nature reveals her open secret. We can evoke this condition when a person gets too much phosphorus into him, or is treated with a powerful dose of phosphorus. It is possible, as it were, to separate the vehicle of eye activity in the body out of that eye activity, with the result that this eye activity would be performed separately in the body, as in an image. What would be the consequence of this? It would be that, especially under the influence of phosphorus powers, blood activity would go beyond its usual measure, especially in the skeletal system, and a kind of hyperemia would develop in that system. I'm going to spell that, readers aside, Hyperemia. I guess it's not anemia, it must be hyperemia, I'm going to say. Okay, end of readers aside. Due to the hyperemia, the principle which comes right next to such excessive blood vessel activity in cartilage would then proliferate, and calcification of bone would be counteracted. I've told you what might happen when someone is given too much phosphorus. Treatment where the function which phosphorus is able to perform in the human organism is made too powerful. But the forces which exist in the world outside, forces anchored in the individual minerals, also exist in human beings, though in another form, let us say a supersensible form, and may indeed be active in the human being. The human being is, in a way, a microcosm. When the forces, which otherwise are anchored in the natural world outside, are active in the human being, which may be the case particularly at an early age, rickets will develop. Understanding the way the human being is connected with the surrounding world, we come to see that the development of rickets in the human organism is a process similar to the one which occurs when phosphorus comes into existence in the outside world. Aphoristically, and in a way, of course, where it is not possible to refer to every link in a chain of evidence, but in a particular instance, I am indicating the direction and method one uses to look for this connection of the human being with the rest of the world in the science of the spirit. We can take things further. This morning I showed you how the system of limbs and metabolism on the one side and the neurosensory system on the other work together in the way I indicated, by referring to the two systems and to the rhythmic system maintaining the balance between them. See plate 5. Now, you see, the situation is that something which is irregular, causing sickness in the system of limbs and metabolism, actually brings health to the head system. This is why we always have certain functions in the human head system that are due to phosphorus, but an extremely small amount of phosphorus, which is in the human brain. As I have shown, in the system of metabolism and limbs, this phosphorus activity inhibits the proper degradation or catabolism that goes into calcification processes. They must, however, be present in the brain, these phosphorus processes, where degradation has its place, and above all must be continually in progress. In other words, having the phosphorus process present in the brain, we have a continuous nascent state, I'd say, a kind of rickets development in the brain. Cerebral activity depends on it, that bone wants to form all the time, but is continually prevented from doing so once the cranium has properly developed around the human brain. In the human brain, as is evident on consideration, there's a constant tendency to develop bone. But this bone development comes to its conclusion at a certain age. After this, the bone development activity is blocked. So, here we really have a process that causes disease, but is balanced out from the other side, the other pole of the organism. We see a constant tendency to develop rickets. The remarkable thing is that a rhythm like this, the rhythm we observe in the human being, also exists in all the rest of the natural world, only that in some respect it goes in the opposite direction. Considering the remarkable significance of phosphorus for the human brain, we have to say to ourselves, the phosphorus that is taken in is processed all the way up to the head. It goes through changes itself within the human organism. It follows the direction which is the direction of growth in human beings. It makes itself part of this direction. This reduces its activity to a minimum, dilutes the phosphorus, and in this attenuation its action is such that the rickets prevented from developing in the head can be the vehicle for exactly the processes in soul and spirit that have to be mediated by the human head. The peculiar thing is that if people are given extremely small doses of phosphorus, rather than somewhat larger doses, appreciable in the ordinary way, something else will be achieved also with regard to the functions of phosphorus. Introduced into the human organism, these small doses act in that organism in the way in which phosphorus acts in the human brain. Their action in the rest of the organism will be to stop the rickets process when it has started in children. In this case, small amounts of phosphorus, minimal doses, are a medicine for rickets. In a wider sense, phosphorus is altogether a medicine which restores everything in the capital I scaffolding, drawn here, see plate 4, underneath the red, which due to sickness has emancipated itself from its real function in the soul, restoring its function in the soul, that is, changes it back to normal. Readers aside, there are references to colors in these plates. They're in black and white with little writing. I have declined to read those colors, so it mentions red here. Sorry about that. End of readers aside. I had to speak in a highly complicated way about human nature, so that you may see what is really behind the dispute between allopaths and homeopaths. In certain areas, we may say, the principle behind homeopathy is very evident, as in the case to which I have been referring. Rickets, and also some other inflammatory conditions, can certainly be cured with certain small doses of phosphorus, or also sulfur, in short, something combustible. I'll come back to this later, if they are due to blood activity having become emancipated from the I nature. So you see that the connection between human beings and inorganic nature outside grows transparent if we are prepared to consider the human being in the way shown in the science of the spirit, as in this particular case. The things I have been saying here can certainly be extended to other inorganic substances. We have to go into the details, however. This way of bringing pathology, physiology, and therapy together calls for dedicated study of the world inside the human being and the world outside. We may call phosphorus and sulfur combustible. Combustible substances, if we now really extend our contemplation, prove to be the ones that act very much in a way similar to the one just described for phosphorus. Their action is such that they are, in a certain way, restoring the emancipated I scaffolding to I activity. Certain salts, where the principle which is not combustible dissolves in water and separates out again when the water cools, act in the opposite way. The action of these salts, carbonates, other salts, is such that they cause the element of mind or spirit and soul, and especially I activity, to connect too closely with the scaffolding, not separating the scaffolding off, but in a way pushing the mind and soul element too firmly into it. They may be used medicinally when something has made the connection too loose. We are thus able to say, if we understand what a substance that we introduce into the organism brings about in it, if we understand how it influences the whole organization, we also understand how we can counteract some process or other that has become abnormal and needs to be counteracted. With certain processes, for instance the one behind tuberculosis, called consumption in the past, soluble salt-like minerals are particularly effective. For tuberculosis demands that we counteract a process in the human organism which is the opposite of the process which occurs when salt dissolves in a solution. Extending our insights to the whole of essential human nature takes us into the human being's relationship with his whole outer environment. Other examples can illustrate what I've been saying. I can only give some instances in this talk which is altogether aphoristic. Let us take examples. One can take them from anywhere, really, but let us take examples from a field which can at the same time take us into the whole relationship between mind and soul on the one hand and the physical on the other. The functions of the neurosensory system mean that we are conscious from waking up to going to sleep. We can say, therefore, that the head system reflects our conscious life. The system of metabolism and limbs is not a reflection in the same way of conscious life. We are moving around in the world with a conscious head and unconscious limbs, as it were. Our limbs only grow conscious when touched in some way, or are subject to injury and the like. We are thus able to say that for the head, the neurosensory system, consciousness in the waking state is the norm, and unconsciousness is the norm for the opposite system. In a way, it is, however, possible to generate a kind of consciousness for the system of limbs and metabolism artificially. It is done with massage, for instance. For what is massage? External measures are taken to make conscious what otherwise remains unconscious. One can improve inadequate connection between mind and soul on the one hand and the physical on the other by giving a massage. Let us assume someone was pathologically organized in such a way that where his mind and soul is concerned, he is little inclined to drive this element of mind and soul fully into his system of metabolism and limbs. We support the physical aspect of this system of metabolism and limbs by massaging it, raising it to some degree from being spiritual to a state of consciousness. We support the functions of this system, and this leads to an increased flow of the mind and soul element through the system. If we then know how the system of metabolism and limbs works, Knowing, for instance, that the mind and soul element pulsing through arms and hands continues on inwardly and governs the internal human metabolism, we will also know what it means to induce partial consciousness by massaging arms and hands. This helps mind and soul in the metabolic system, but in the metabolic system which brings about digestion by being anabolic in an inward way, taking up physical matter in the digestive process. We may say, therefore, that when someone is suffering internal metabolic disorders, these being metabolic disorders of a kind where food taken in does not integrate properly, or the anabolic processes do not go the right way, in short, inward-directed metabolism is out of order, massaging arms and hands can be a help in some cases. Parenthesis, one does, of course, have to have detailed knowledge to diagnose this correctly, close parenthesis. This is because you are supporting the activities of mind and soul by the degree of conscious awareness arising on massage. Massaging legs and feet will have a different effect. The mind and soul element present in legs and feet is organically connected with eliminatory, degrading processes. If the digestive problems are such that eliminatory processes do not proceed in the right way, massaging legs and feet may be some help in the right circumstances. You see that by using the science of the spirit to bring light into the field of medicine, we are not acting in random empiricism, as evidence presents itself, but can quite deliberately work to influence the relationship between physiology, pathology, and therapy in the various areas. As I said, I want to tell you these things merely to cast light on the directions to be taken. And I know full well how much they will take you aback, for it is of course not possible to go into every detail. Take a condition, for instance, that may also prove to be a major headache for physicians, diabetes. We must again consider the relationship between mind and soul, the conscious mind and soul, imbued with I on the one hand, and the physical vehicle for this I activity on the other. Something very different arises here from the first situation I spoke of today. Let us assume this I activity gets excessive in the human organism. It goes beyond its boundaries. Abnormal eliminatory processes, like those seen in diabetics, may then occur. We thus have excessive I activity in the organic sphere itself. The I is entering too deeply into the organic sphere, bringing out the phenomena one gets with diabetes. Once again, we may turn attention away from the processes within the human being and direct it to the surrounding world. Plants grow in that world, and this morning we saw how, in a way, they develop a process going from below upward, which human beings develop going down from above. The hypertrophic I activity influencing the organism in diabetes does indeed go in a direction opposite to that of plant growth. If we find the appropriate function in a growing plant, we may be able to establish a relationship between the process which in diabetics acts downward from above and in the plant works in an upward direction. We merely have to say to ourselves as we look at the plant that it is a life form and also physical. It grows, reproduces, and therefore has an etheric body. It also has an etheric body from the spiritual scientific point of view. But it does not achieve inner mobility of soul, and therefore does not have astral quality, nor does it have I activity. But it does grow toward I activity, toward astral activity. Human beings develop in a downward direction what the plant develops in an upward direction. When we are able to observe what is really going on in the plant, as it grows in the direction which is the opposite in human beings, developing the eye from above downward, we find that something arises in the plant which can indeed have an inner connection to this inner eye activity, because it also has something to do with combustibility. I spoke of combustible substances before. Now, we see combustible volatile substance close to combustibility develop in the volatile or essential oils of the plant. When we see volatile oils develop in certain plants, the kind of view to which I have just been referring shows that this is an activity opposite to the one performed by eye activity pressed into the human organism, which leads to diabetes. We can then combat diabetes by treating the individual concerned in the right way with something which is the opposite in the world outside. It must be done by truly working in the opposite direction in this case, which means that we put the volatile oils or the actual plants containing the oil into baths and let the people bathe in them. The powers which the plant develops in its volatile oils then act inwards from outside to counter the powers that cause diabetes. We are able to help people in this way with exactly such baths. I'm giving just a few examples, but there are many one could give. I did present many to the medical specialists in spring. Here I am merely giving them to show the principles, but you can see that medicine is gradually made rational, giving examples, and truly seeing the process in the inner human being, seeing the process in the natural world outside, and seeing how the two processes either support, sustain, or counteract one another. A process in the human organism can thus be brought to a halt, and it is possible to work toward a cure. Taking the approach further, we can advance in gaining insight into the physical human being and his relationship to the human mind and soul. As you know, the problem of heredity plays a great role in modern scientific medicine, but it is treated in a highly abstract and superficial way. Only very little connection can be established in modern science with the processes that really go on in the human being. For human beings are indeed created out of the whole rest of the world, which belongs to them as both the earthly world and the world beyond earth. I want to speak of something which has to be gained from a rich field of anthroposophical research, but here I would merely wish to give you a result. Human beings have been created to be different. We find, for instance, that the female organism is made to be such, let us say, out of nature or the cosmos, that the forces are more to the fore, which are less bound up with the forces of earth, as it were. The female organism has a powerful extraterrestrial element to it. The forces which predominate in the male organism are more connected with life on earth. This does not mean so much in everyday life, but it does play a role in procreation. The forces active in the female organism that play a role in procreation are really and truly a transmission of the extraterrestrial aspect in the whole of essential human nature. The principle which brings human beings down into the earthly world is mainly organized in the male organism. Let us consider the aspect of human beings which really is in them because of their earthly environment. The most obvious part of it is eye activity. Eye activity actually gives human evolution on earth its full meaning. We have to find our way from other worlds into the earthly world, so that we may fully develop eye activity in mind and soul. I have shown you how this eye activity is bound to the scaffolding of powers mediated by the blood. We would therefore have to say that the principle which is predominantly organized into the blood, acting predominantly toward eye activity, is in procreation brought about by the male individual. the element which mainly organizes the extraterrestrial in us, and must first be imbued with I activity, comes more from the female side. We find thus the male and female principles working together in this way in procreation, and can only gain the right ideas about heredity by realizing this. First, the female seed, the ovum, is touched by the male influence, and this ovum has a degree of independence in the female organism. Considering the fully grown female organism, we have to say that the extraterrestrial element is above all active in the rest of the female organism. It is not involved in the part of the female organism which provides the occasion for developing the ovum, especially after conception. The ovum, therefore, having gone through conception, has a degree of independence, and where the offspring is concerned, independently transfers that which it signifies as mediator of I activity. Knowing these things, we can apply the knowledge so that phenomena in the outside world come to meet one as if to illustrate the things we have first gained in the seeing mind. With the seeing mind, we gain the insight that something from beyond this earth is indeed anchored in the female organism, that the earthly principle, which is particularly attached to blood activity, is mediated by the male organism, that this mediation gives the ovum a degree of independence, so that after insemination it develops apart from the rest of the extraterrestrial female organism. Such a process, perceived in mind and soul, provides the background when we want to explain a remarkable condition such as hemophilia. The strange fact emerges that there are people whose blood does not coagulate properly, and they may bleed to death with just a slight injury, often discharging much blood, though there is no obvious injury. This hemophilia has a most peculiar characteristic. Men born into hemophiliac families will not develop the disease if born of women from non-hemophiliac families. But when women coming from hemophiliac families have descendants, these do not themselves develop hemophilia, but their male descendants do. The disease thus passes through the woman. This makes us aware of the ovum's independence to which I was referring. An external phenomenon serves as an illustration, as it were, for something we have gained in the seeing mind. Today, I have presented some things more or less in anecdotal form that point in the following direction. I have shown you how, with the seeing mind, one can see into essential human nature in real terms, into processes of anabolism and catabolism, processes of gaining health and falling ill that are really in constant interaction, with the balance needing to be found between them. I have shown you how, with the seeing mind, we can discover human interaction with the surrounding world, and how in this way a bridge can be built from physiology and pathology to therapy. And in the end, I wanted to show you by means of a particular example, I chose the extreme instance of hemophilia and heredity with hemophilia, how looking at the natural world in the right way, in situations where nature reveals her open secret, we get an illustration of the things which we first perceived in spiritual science. So the objection cannot exist that it is not possible to see into the spiritual world, or words to that effect, that there is no way in which anyone can look for proof of anything which spiritual scientists maintain. That is indeed not the way things are. The point is that we can accept the spiritual scientific results, I'd say, without being dogmatic about it, or belief in authority, and on the other hand also without predetermined skepticism, full of prejudice. We simply take them in. We do not immediately say, I believe them, but we also do not reject them out of hand. We take them and test them against the reality of the world we live in. If you apply in life what supersensible vision brings down from the spiritual world, what at first seems paradoxical and often even fantastic to you, you will see that it is confirmed in life, in the points that matter. You will find that empiricism is everywhere providing confirmation for the things discovered in the science of the Spirit. People may make the excuse today that they cannot see into the spiritual world and therefore reject the insights into this world. They are like someone who sees an iron shaped like this, and there's a drawing, plate 4, and says, "I shoe my horse with it, it's a horseshoe." And someone else tells him, "It's a shame to shoe your horse with it, for it has magnetic powers, it's a magnet." And the response is, "I don't see any magnetic powers, for me it's a horseshoe." The situation is that the spiritual is present in all things material, that we are living in an age where this spiritual element must be sought. Someone who wants to research, to question matter without looking for the Spirit, is like the person who uses a magnet to shoe his horse, not knowing how things should be used exactly in the material world. The things I was able to say today, to round out my lecture, are aphoristic and lack completeness. The aim was merely to show the direction that needs to be taken, especially in the study of medicine in future. For the study of medicine is intimately bound up with the social sphere. The human world can only gain social health if spiritual insight is brought into our social views, and in the same way medicine can only grow sound if the seeing mind is brought to it. You see that we are not dreamers in any field, and the last thing we want to be in any field is amateurs. This is serious research, but research where the principle has been developed that is widely used today. When a hypothesis is set up somewhere, one says it is useful for reviewing the phenomena. People are even thinking up such hypotheses or lines of thought in mathematics. The underlying principle in the science of the Spirit is that we must not shy away from anything that is necessary for progress in human life. We must not hesitate to use all our powers to meet that need. We clearly perceive the signs of the times in the course of human evolution today, telling us that the old principles will no longer take us forward. This Dornach has come into existence only because the old principles will no longer take us forward, and we want to look for the new principles. We have specialized enough. Now we must bring the individual specialities together again. Perhaps this course will show you that there is a center where the powers of mind must arise that will bring the individual specialities together. For this it will, however, be necessary to abandon the easy ways people are looking for today. But the fruits will, above all, go in the direction of human progress. It is exactly because of this that I would have liked it very much if specialists could also have said the things that may be said here in spiritual scientific terms. And so I was not at all happy that when it came to a most important field, the field of medicine, I had to take over myself. But since that is the way things developed, there was nothing else for it, and you have to accept it. What needed to be said here, above all, presented by a specialist or someone taking a general view, would have been to show that even in this difficult field of medicine, progress is possible only if the science of the Spirit helps to make things fruitful. I'd say it would have been very clearly evident if, in this field too, someone had spoken who, out of the traditions of our time, of everything which our age can provide for the medical profession, could, on the other hand, also have shown himself to be open to the science of the Spirit. It is possible to be at the very height of modern medical science, official medical science, and yet be such a good spiritual scientist that one would think one could bear this medicine of today only if one can bring in the light of spiritual science. I do not know if this could be sufficiently evident to you from the fact that I had to take the place of the medical professional, but I hope there will be other occasions when one can show how it also grows perceptible to our age through external circumstances, that medicine too can only be taken into the future if the Spirit enters into it in the way intended, or at least endeavored here at this Goetheanum, with the spirit of Goethe brought into medicine. That is the end of Lecture 4 and the end of the first part of this book, which was entitled Physiology and Therapy based on the Science of the Spirit. The next part 2 is entitled Anthroposophical Basis for the Practice of Medicine. And so, end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a collected works by Rudolf Steiner, number 314, entitled Physiology and Healing, Treatment, Therapy, and Hygiene, translated by Meuss. This is part 2 of this set of lectures. They are overall entitled Anthroposophical Basis for the Practice of Medicine. This is Lecture 5 in the book, given in Stuttgart on the 26th of October, 1922. You'll have to excuse me a little today, for I have only just arrived, with an exhausting tour behind me, and basically will probably not be able to give a proper talk until tomorrow. I would, however, like to give a kind of introduction today to the lectures I'll be giving here. It was not my original intention to speak at this medical event, for in my opinion, ideas for medicine and natural scientific thinking that result from the anthroposophical method of investigation should be taken up by people who are qualified in the field concerned. With any findings made in anthroposophical spiritual investigation relating to medicine, and for example also to physiology, it is only possible to make suggestions which must then be taken further empirically. It needs this empirical work to form a valid, convincing opinion about the matter in question, an opinion of the kind needed in the field of therapy. If I now give these few lectures, after all, it is at the special request of our physicians here, and I'll endeavor to touch on the particular aspects in these days that enable the actual anthroposophical element to cast its light on the field of medicine. I will attempt to show that the opinion we can gain concerning the human being, both in sickness and in health, can be enriched and deepened with the anthroposophical view. In this introduction, I may perhaps draw your attention to how this anthroposophical view should really be taken today, that is, in the historical present. People easily confuse the discipline here called anthroposophy with earlier traditional ways of considering humanity. I won't say a word about them, nor criticize them, though it has to be said that the views I represent have a very different basis than the mystical, theosophical, Gnostic, etc. views that have become traditional in the course of human history. I only have to stress the main point to show clearly and radically the difference between the views represented here and those earlier ones. Those earlier views are wholly based on human thinking at a time when there was as yet no natural science in our sense. And my views are based on the fact that they are arising at a time when natural science has been developed and has even achieved a certain, if only temporary, perfection. We must always think of this when we want to grasp the whole meaning of the discussions, a meaning present in anything that can be said and explored from the anthroposophical point of view in the many different branches of human knowledge and skill. You all know, I need not go into detail, that in those earlier days, when the view of the supersensible world was free from natural science, to our way of thinking, of course, there were also many supersensible views in medicine, views about the human being that do not arise in the way which we really consider to be a matter of course in empirical science today. We need only go back to the time of Galen, approximately, and if sufficiently open-minded, we will, everywhere, find views on the human being that provided the basis also for medical thinking. Those views, considering the human form, the form of the organs, and the functions of the human being, did in their way connect the things which we today gain in empiricism with thoughts on supersensible elements. They seem, as one will easily think, to have placed the supersensible in human nature. But for them it was bound up with human nature the way colors, forms, and inorganic forces are bound up with things in the outside world. Only prejudiced people will today speak of those past times in the development of human medicine as if views were childlike compared to modern ones. Historical texts are as inadequate as possible, particularly in this respect. And for someone who enters a little into the historical evolution of humanity and does not take the point of view that perfection has now been achieved, and all that went before was foolishness, it will of course be clear that our present level is again only relative, and we certainly must not merely look down on earlier times, as is evident even when we look at the successes. Yet no one, irrespective of the approach he may be using to any branch of modern science, should fail to recognize the achievements of science in more recent times. If a way of looking at the human being in sickness and health that is in accord with the spirit, to use the Goethean term, is to find any kind of confirmation today, it must not work against natural scientific research, but solely with natural scientific research. You will therefore not expect me to enter into any kind of polemics about natural scientific views. Quite the contrary. I would stress from the beginning that this cannot be the case for a quite specific reason, on principle. You see, looking back at those earlier views in medicine, we find that although they were not as foolish as some might think today, they did lack the element which we have gained from natural science today. The reason why it was lacking was simply that human powers of perception were not at all such in those earlier times that things could be seen as we see them today, in an empiricism based on the senses and given more power by instruments. The insights we gain through empiricism today are something of which we may say, the physician of old, forgive me for putting it like this, I might just as well say the physiologist or biologist of old, saw something that was very different from what people see today. We could actually speak of the medical mind having a different orientation in those earlier times that really came to a radical end with Galen. Galen did not see his 4 elements of the human organism, black and yellow bile, phlegm, and blood, the way people see them today. He saw things differently, in such a way that, as he described it, and if one understands his words, we do not usually understand them as they have come down from earlier times. It's like a mist today. He saw this mist as a reality, not seeing phlegm as we know it today in his phlegm, in quotes, but something that was not only fluid, filled with life, but also fluid filled with soul. That is what he saw. He would see it as clearly as when we say it is something red or blue. He thus saw something for which the modern scientific mind is no longer organized. On the other hand, he did not see the things that we really have in mind scientifically today. One might say, let us assume, someone whose eye is not all that abnormal is using glasses, and this means clearer outlines than he would perceive normally. And with modern empiricism, things that were blurred in the past, but seen in mind and soul, have vanished. And instead we have the sharp outlines of present-day empiricism. People did not have those in earlier times. They would therefore also treat the sick out of a kind of instinct, which, by the way, was bound up with powerful development of human compassion. Physicians of old always entered into the patient's sickness with feeling, wearing them down at times. They treated them out of this, and they did not see the sharp contours we have with our empiricism based on the senses today. The process leading to this empiricism has its foundations in human evolution, and because of this we cannot simply get rid of it and go back to the old ways. We would need to acquire some kind of atavistic abilities to have the kind of thing naturally which the people of old had in all spheres, including the medical. Today we grow into our civilization simply because of the nature of our primary school education. I won't even mention higher education. And it is therefore impossible for us to see what people saw in the past. We cannot do so. If we were able to see things the way the people of old did, we would be thought to be psychopaths today. Not very bad ones, but at least not quite as we should be. And that is not entirely wrong. For everything of an elemental nature today, well, let's call it clairvoyance, has something psychopathic about it. We have to be clear about that. But what we can do is to develop the inner capacities that otherwise lie dormant in the soul, and so work our way up to seeing the spiritual element in the soul, just as the eye, EYE, has worked its way up in the course of phylogenetic evolution, from seeing things blurred to seeing sharp contours. Today we are able to develop powers of a seeing mind. I have described the development of a seeing mind entitled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, and in other books I have written. When people develop such powers, they will at first see a world which they did not see before, but one which encompasses a kind of spiritual cosmos beyond the cosmos we perceive with the senses today, and the discoveries made and calculated in astronomy. A cosmos is added to the one we perceive through the senses, which is wholly subject to natural laws. This is a spiritual cosmos. If we then pursue the things we can find in the spiritual cosmos, we also find the human being in it. We grasp a spiritual universe filled with soul. And as part of this universe filled with spirit and soul, we find the human being. In ordinary natural science, we start with the simplest creature, or the simplest form of life, the cell, and then move up to complex elements, ascending from something which closely resembles simple matter that is physically differentiated, to the highly complex human organism. Working in a serious way with the science of the spirit, we start at the other end, as it were. We go down from grasping the spiritual in the universe and see this as the complex form. We see the cell as the simplest thing in the organism. From the spiritual scientific point of view, the universe is most complex, and where otherwise we make our own elements of insight complex to go from the cell to the human being, we now simplify the things given in the cosmos more and more, and this brings us to the human being. We take the opposite route. That is, we start from a point that is the polar opposite. Yet when we work with the science of the spirit today, we do not initially and basically come to the regions that lie within our present-day evidence-based empiricism, for instance. I must really take care that no misunderstanding arises in these fundamental points. So I have to ask you to forgive me for being pedantic about some terms. It would be a massive error if someone were to think that it is pointless to apply evidence-based empiricism in physiology, in biology. What need is there of specialist knowledge? You develop spiritual abilities, look into the spiritual world, and gain a view of the human being in sickness and health, establishing a spiritual medicine, as it were. Some people do this, but they gain nothing from it, except perhaps that they complain about empirical medicine, but are in that case complaining about something they know nothing about. So there can be no question of drawing a line against the usual evidence-based empirical science, and establishing a science of the spirit out of some cloud cuckoo land. That is not our attitude to the empirical sciences. That is, science called empirical today, though I prefer to call it evidence-based empirical science. That is not at all the case. Doing spiritual scientific investigations, you will not, for example, arrive at the same result as when you work with a microscope. You may certainly call someone a charlatan who wants to make you think that one will find the same through the science of the spirit as one does under the microscope, for that is not how it is. The things arising from empirical studies in the present-day sense are there. To make science complete in any particular field, also in terms of spiritual scientific anthroposophy, it is not permissible to clear the evidence-based empirical findings out of the way, for we must indeed take them into account. Someone who is an expert, if I may use that term, in anthroposophical spiritual science will never find anything other than that to work in that science we are even more obliged to consider evidence-based empirical findings and the phenomena of the world. The science of the spirit initially provides guidelines for empirical research, directives which show that when something is in a particular location in the organism, we must also consider the nature of that location. Some will say that a cell is a cell, and that empirical observation must also show the distinctions between cells, be they liver cells or brain cells. But that is definitely not the case. You see, when I pass a bench on a walk, I take at 9 in the morning, there are two people sitting on it side by side. I look at them, form an opinion about various aspects relating to them. At 3 in the afternoon, I walk that way again, and the two people are again sitting there. Well, the empirical facts are at first sight exactly the same in what I see, apart from subtle differences. But it may be that one of those people has continued to sit there for the 6 hours, and the other went away immediately after I walked past, has only just returned, and went a long way in between. This will greatly change the picture, and has nothing to do with the facts initially presented to my senses. The same facts present at 9 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. But the evidence of the senses must be judged in its context and in its elements. And there it is very much a matter of understanding. For instance, in how far a liver cell has to be judged in a completely different way from a brain cell, let's say, or a blood cell. Only if it is correct, for example, that there was one original germ cell which was fertilized, and the whole organism can be explained as due to simple division of that germ cell, only if that were the case could we simply treat the liver cell in the same way as the brain cell and base ourselves wholly on the evidence of our senses. But if it were not the case, for instance, because compared to a brain cell, a cell in the liver relates differently to forces outside the human being, outside the human skin, simply because of its location, we cannot simply consider what happens in continuation of the division and the resulting location, but have to relate the brain cell to the universe in a totally different way than we do the liver cell. When someone looks at a magnetic needle and finds that it points from south to north, north to south, and then insists that the forces responsible for this are in the needle itself, one would very definitely not call him a physicist today. As a physicist, one relates the magnetic needle to something called the Earth's magnetism. People may have all kinds of theories, but the direction of a magnetic needle cannot be ascribed to forces within it. The magnetic needle must be related to the universe. When someone looks at the organic sphere, relationships to the universe are, as a rule, extraordinarily subordinate to him. But if it were to be the case that the liver, for instance, would have a totally different relationship to powers of the universe that are outside the human being than the brain, we would not be able to arrive at any kind of explanation for the human being by today's route of factual empiricism. In that case, we'd only arrive at an explanation of the human being if we were able to say what share the whole universe has in configuring the brain and configuring the liver, just as the Earth has a share in determining the direction of the magnetic needle. Today we are studying the aspects of the hereditary stream, let us say. We go back to the ancestors or to the present time. We go to the descendants, doing so in the succession of animals, in the succession of human beings. Consider what we find in that way. We must, of course, have the necessary knowledge. But we are only considering whatever the immediate events tell us, considering them in their inner human aspect, as it were. We don't ask if it might not be that the fertilized ovum in the human organism is merely given opportunity to let powers from the universe influence it in all kinds of different ways. Nor do we ask if it is perhaps not altogether so that the configuration of the fertilized ovum cannot be explained if we stay inside the human being. Surely we must relate it to the whole universe. In official science, the powers influencing us from the universe are secondary. You will say, yes, but science takes us to a point today where we do not come to ask such questions. It is out of date to relate the human organs to the universe. And it is indeed something out of date, the way it is often done. The fact, however, that we are altogether and on the broadest base not encouraged to ask such questions is merely due to our education in science. This is such that we are kept at the level of this merely evidence-based empirical science, as it were, and therefore never think of asking questions of the kind which I have been putting here, initially merely hypothetically, as an introduction. It really depends on raising questions, how far we get in gaining insight, and how far we progress in human activity in all areas. When no questions are asked, we are really living in a kind of scientific fog. We obscure our view of reality itself. And then it happens that we will really only see how limited our vision is when things no longer fit in with our thoughts and ideas. I do, however, think that this feeling which I am thus referring to may really be most prevalent in present-day medicine. It is the feeling that things are really going very differently in human beings than they ought to, if following the often rather straight theories. Theories, by the way, on which treatment is also based. One then gets the feeling that surely it must be possible to use some other approach to the issue. I really believe that the things which need to be said here can mean something to hardly any expert in the field, but to those who follow developments in healthy and sick individuals and see how the views generally held are too glib and never get anywhere near the complexity of things. Let's be honest for once. Let us consider how, in the whole of the 19th century, scientific and practical thinking did in all spheres always produce something like an axiom. It's enough to make one despair how this axiom-like thing is always flung at one. People would always say that explanations should be as simple as possible. And people did make their explanations as simple as possible. Well, when things and developments are complicated, it is prejudice to say that explanations should be as simple as possible. It needs an effort to go into complexities. Enormous damage has been done in this respect, I'd say, in the whole of human nature, where knowledge and practice are concerned, because people would proclaim again and again, explanations must be as simple as possible. Everywhere on the smallest scale and the largest, nature is not simple, but tremendously complex. And we can really only get anywhere near nature if we know from the start that even the seemingly most perfect views relate to reality the way photos of a tree do that are taken from one side. I can photograph the tree from many different angles. The photos may differ completely from one another. The more photos I have, the sooner will I come close to the reality of the tree in my idea of it. With regard to theories and views, the present-day opinion is that one particular theory is true. Any other theory one may have is then wrong. But that is exactly like the situation when someone photographs a tree from one side. He then has that photo. Someone else photographs the tree from a completely different angle. The first person shows him his photo and he says, "That's wrong, completely wrong. Only this one is right," meaning that his view is the right one. That is more or less how people have been in dispute over materialism, idealism, realism, and all kinds of things. The battles fought in this sphere are no different from the seemingly commonplace example I have been giving you. I would therefore ask you from the start not to take the things I have to say here as if they were materialistic, idealistic, or spiritualist, but merely as intended to approach reality in accord with human powers of vision. We can sometimes achieve a great deal with materialistic ideas when we want to control the real world, providing we are also prepared to marshal the opposite aspect. If we are not in a position to tell the aspects apart, well, then we get human views that are more or less like having all kinds of different photos taken on one and the same photographic plate. Many of the things put forward today do look as if photos from all kinds of different angles had been taken on one plate. Now, you see, if we make the powers which I said are latent in the soul active, using the means I discussed in my book, Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, we do indeed go beyond the ordinary level of insight, pursued with special care in the most recent phase in biology, to the insight in images which I described. A further level is inspired insight, and the highest level to date, if I may use the term, is intuitive insight, truly intuitive insight. With insight in images, I get images of the reality, knowing full well that they are images. But I also know that they are not dream images, but images of the real thing. Insight in images does not give me that reality, but I have images of something real. With inspired insight, these images gain consistence, as it were. Something is alive in them. I know more thanks to the images than the image as such is able to give. I know from the images that they refer to a spiritual reality. And with intuitive insight, I am within this spiritual reality itself. That is the progression. You will find everything that can be said about these three kinds of insight in the book to which I have referred on several occasions. Initially, these three kinds of insights, which are beyond the insight into facts apparent to the senses, give us insights into spiritual worlds, a spiritual universe, and the spiritual human being, the human being in mind and soul. Initially, it is not insight concerning empirical research findings we have in, say, biology today. but the application of the special state of soul into which we enter with image-based insight, inspired or intuitive insight, to the study of the human being is something else. You see, we contemplate the structure of the human brain, for example. This is something worthy of note, not so much to physiologists and the medical profession, but to those who are called psychologists. Psychologists are a group apart within our civilization, for as you know, they have managed to have a science with no object, psychology without soul, without psyche. For psychologists, the structure of the brain is worthy of note. Take a psychologist, for instance, who has actually come from wholly empirical science. People did not know how to get anywhere with philosophy in most recent times, for they could not tell if a philosopher knew something or not. It was clear that natural scientists always knew something. And so natural scientists, who also had an interest in philosophy, were given chairs of philosophy in more recent times. With natural scientists, it is a matter of course that they know something. For in philosophy you can use lots of words, but in natural science you can't be airy-fairy, saying you've seen things under the microscope or through a telescope or on an X-ray. This will be evident when checks are made. In philosophy, it is not so easy today to check if someone is being airy-fairy. Consider how Theodor Ziehen talks about the structure of the brain. Something really interesting happened to me in this respect. Maybe a story will help to make it clear. I attended a meeting once, many years ago, where a physician spoke first about the structure of the brain, explaining it in relation to the inner life, his point of view being one it would be fair to call materialistic. This out-and-out materialist explained the structure of the brain pretty well, according to the present state of knowledge, and related the inner life to the structure of the brain. The chairman at the meeting was a Herbartian, and he construed for himself not the structure of the brain, but life in ideas, as the philosopher Herbart once did. And he said that it was remarkable how a physiologist, a physician, makes a drawing of the brain, drawing figures, when I, as a Herbartian, he said, draw the complex associations of ideas, meaning just a depiction of linked ideas, not of nerve strands connecting one nerve cell with another. When I, as a real Herbartian who is not concerned with the brain, draw my ideas of the way in which ideas are linked, and so on, doing so in a wholly symbolic form, it looks very similar to the physiologist's drawing of the brain structure. The similarity has its reasons. As scientists have progressively established the structure of the brain in natural science, it became more and more evident that the external structure of the brain corresponds most beautifully to the structure of our life in ideas. Everything we find in the life of ideas may also be seen in the structure of the brain. It simply is, please take this with a grain of salt, as if nature herself deliberately made the brain a sculpted image of our life in ideas. Such things really strike one when one reads what someone like Meinert has written, for instance. It is now a little out of date. Meinert was a materialist, but an excellent brain physiologist, psychiatrist, and one would like to say, quote, yes, he is a materialist, but the things he gives us as a materialist are an excellent payment on account for the things we also discover if we don't bother with the human brain at all, but merely consider how ideas link up, separate, and so on. Merely wanting to draw these symbols, close quote. In short, if anything is liable to make us into materialists, the structure of the brain would be particularly apt to do so. We certainly have to say that if there is such a thing as mind or spirit and soul, it has found an adequate reflection in the human brain, so that we are very close to saying, quote, well, why do we need spirit and soul in order to live in ideas? If we were also to ask for a soul that is able to think. Since the brain is such an accurate reflection of mind and soul, why should it not also be able to think? Close quote. You must, of course, take all these things with a grain of salt. My intention is merely to give you the meaning of this whole dispute today. The human brain can certainly make us into materialists, especially when we go into more detailed research. And the secret which governs it all, the background to it all, will only emerge when we gain the power of insight in images. For there you see images of things truly spiritual, images one has not seen before. I'd like to say, however, that those images are reminiscent of the images taking form in the human brain out of nerve cells and nerve fibers. In answer to the question as to what this insight in images, which is of course wholly in the supersensible sphere, really is, I'd say this. To give you symbols for this insight in images, the way a mathematician does with the symbols for mathematical problems, I might also say, imagine that we perceive more in the world than we do through the senses by rising to images that present a reality, just as the human brain presents the reality of the human soul. In the brain, nature herself presents as images real to the senses, something which insight in images really provides at a higher level. With this we enter more deeply into the human constitution. In the days to come, we'll see that we always arrive at a possibility, not to see this marvelous structure of the brain in isolation. But I'd say when we see a world, a supersensible world up above, by means of vision in images, it is as if part of this world had come to realization down here, with an image-based world presenting itself to us in the human brain. In fact, I do not think that anyone can speak adequately about the human brain who does not see its structure as a presentation in images of our soul life. And it is this which takes us again and again into a dilemma when we want to get to the soul life from the physiology of the brain. For if we want to stop at the brain, we simply don't need the soul life. The only people who have the right to speak of soul life as compared to the structure of the human brain are those who know this soul life in another way as well, not only the ordinary way of this world. For when you get to know this soul life in the spiritual world, it is adequately reflected in the structure of the human brain. And anything which the supersensible organ of the soul is able to produce by way of ideas, the brain is able to produce as well. The brain is a reflection, an image, even in its functions. And no one can prove or disprove materialism on the basis of brain physiology. That simply cannot be done. If human beings were nothing but brain, one would have no need to discover that they also have a soul. Let us now turn to a function other than forming ideas. This will just be an introduction to a subject matter which I'll be presenting over the next few days. Let us turn to the breathing process. I am treating it as a function here. Call to mind the respiratory processes and human awareness of them. You will not arrive at something like life in ideas, saying, quote, I have an idea. It reminds me of another, which I had 3 years ago. I'll link the one with the other. Close quote. You will indeed have sketches, especially if they cover a number of ideas, that are very similar to Meinert's drawings showing the structure of the brain. You will not be able to do this when you relate the nature of the breathing process to the human organism. You'll not find the same kind of adequate reflection in the structure, differentiation, or formation of the organs for the respiratory process, as you do for the process of forming ideas in the brain. This you cannot do. In the respiratory process, we have something which cannot be adequately reflected in the human organism, the way our life of ideas and of sensory perception is reflected in the human organism, with the life and ideas and perceptions also adequately reflected in the structure of the brain. But when we rise to inspired insight, that is, come to perceive how, with insight in images, we first have images, and then reality enters into them with inspired insight shining through them, I'd say, if we learn thus to look into the supersensible world, and the images are saturated for us with spiritual reality, then we are suddenly in something supersensible which is wholly similar to the relationship between the respiratory process, the structure of the lung, the structure of the epidural space or spinal canal, with the thrust of the breath penetrating to the brain. In short, when you advance to inspired insight, you find the principle which takes you to the whole significance of the respiratory process, just as insight in images takes you to the significance of the brain structure. You are then able to say, where the brain is insight in images brought to realization, everything connected with respiration is an inspiration brought to realization, taken down into the sense-perceptible world. All that someone who is looking for inspired insight is doing is to enter into a world, which in that case is spirit and soul, but lies before us here in the sense-perceptible world when we study the whole of the respiratory process in its significance for the organism. We thus really need insight in images to understand the structure of the brain, and inspired insight to understand the breathing rhythm and everything connected with it. Everything connected with the breathing rhythm is therefore something entirely different, relative to the universe, from the structure of the brain. The latter, I'd say, largely reflects the spiritual in its external three-dimensional form. And so we need not advance far into the supersensible world, only as far as insight in images, which comes right next to ordinary insight, and we will gain understanding of the brain structure. You won't find the respiratory process with insight in images. You need inspired insight and have to move higher up in the supersensible world. And you see, we have to go farthest in the supersensible world if we want to understand the metabolic process. Essentially, this metabolic process is the most mysterious element in the human being. We shall see in the days to come that we have to think very differently about this metabolism from the way one does today in empirical physiology based on sensory perception. The changes gone through by the physical matter placed on my tongue, to the point, let us say, where it makes something happen in my brain cell, these changes cannot be discerned with mere empirical research, but only with intuitive insight. With this, we penetrate from merely looking at the object into the object itself. And human metabolism is indeed such that compared to the element of mind and soul, which creates an image of itself in the brain, otherwise remaining outside it, influences the breathing rhythm, entering into it and filling it with spirit and soul, but always withdrawing again, the human spirit and soul enters completely into metabolism, actually vanishing into it. We won't find it again, nor will we find it empirically. Take a look at Theodor Ziehen's book, how well he describes the structure of the human brain. You can indeed analyze the powers of memory so well, also symbolically, that you will be able to demonstrate matching physiological and anatomical forms in the brain. Things got awkward when Ziehen came to the feelings. He, therefore, did not refer to feelings as something independent, but only to ideas with a strong feeling element. Psychologists no longer refer to the will at all today. Why? It's perfectly natural that they don't. Now, if I want to raise my arm, that is, perform an act of will, I first have the idea. Then something goes down into the sphere which is completely unconscious, in quotes, as it is said to be today. Everything that cannot be observed in the soul, but is nevertheless believed to exist, is put into this reservoir. The whole of it then goes down into this unconscious mind. I then look at the way I move my hand. But between the intention and the accomplished fact, the act of will taking place goes wholly down into the material aspect of the physical organism. Intuition allows one to follow this exactly. The will goes down into the inner nature of the organism. The act of will goes as far as metabolism. There is no act of will in physical human beings on earth which cannot, with intuitive insight, be traced to a particular metabolic process. Yet there also is no will process which is not reflected in a process of decomposition or dissolution, call it what you will, in the metabolic sphere. To be able to unfold, the will first gets something which is there somewhere in the organism out of the way. It is as if I must first burn up something in my arm when I need it to express my will. Something must first be got out of the way. In the next few days it will become evident. I know that it is utter heresy in natural science, but it will show itself to be the truth, that something must first be put out of the way. Physical substance must first be destroyed so that the will may have a place. The element of spirit and soul must occupy the place made free by destroying some physical material. That is the essential nature of intuitive insight. You will not be able to explain metabolic processes in human beings unless you look for them with intuitive insight. All the functions to be found in human beings really consist in these three: the neurosensory process, the rhythmic processes, breathing and the circulation of the blood, and the metabolic processes. The human being thus is really insight brought to realization and made physical. That is, what we see initially when looking at it from outside or investigating by dissection. Limiting ourselves to the human head, we come to realize what is really going on in the head if we know that there is such a thing as insight based on images. Looking at the rhythmic human being, what is really going on there becomes evident if we know that there is inspired insight. Looking at the metabolic processes, we realize what is going on there if we know what an intuitive insight is. The reality principles in the human being thus lie one in the other. Look at the organs, for instance, that are wholly organs of the will, and only intuitive insight will make it possible to understand them. For as long as we apply the one unvarying form of gaining insight to the human being, we will not discover that this human being is in fact something different from what we ordinarily feel him to be. As you know, it is known in modern physiology that the human being is largely seen as a column of water. No need for me to tell you. But if you now consider in all honesty, if the fact that the human being is a column of water is taken into account in physiology, or if people do not, after all, think of nothing but sharply outlined solid forms in considering the human being, if you ask yourself about this, you will say, little regard is given to the fact that essentially human beings are fluid, with solid forms merely included in it. The human being is also made of gases, however air, and finally also, in the main, of warmth. Ordinary study gives me a good grasp of the solid element in the human being. Just as I get to know the nature of red mercury sulfide, cinnabar, in the laboratory, so I can get to know the nature of solids by physico-chemical investigations of the human organism. I cannot do this with regard to fluids in the human being. The fluid organization is constantly being organized and deorganized in human beings. It cannot be drawn the way I draw the stomach or the heart. If I draw these organs as if they were solid, it is of course easy to discuss them. But that is not how things are when we really take this fluid organization seriously. In the fluid sphere, something is all the time developing and disappearing again. It is as if the heart were always developing and disappearing again, though not at great speed. To approach the fluid human being, we need insight based on images. As to the gaseous, aeriform part of us, we do of course know the great significance of the functions in the aeriform part of the organism. We know that aeriform substances in the organism move from everywhere to everywhere, and how everything is in circulation in that sphere. But when one sphere of the aeriform influences another, it does so exactly according to the pattern of inspiration. We are only able to gain an overview of the aeriform element in us if we work with inspiration. As to the sphere of warmth in the human being, try for a moment to understand that man is something quite special because human beings are warmth structures, with warmth and coldness in structure in all kinds of different places and in all kinds of different ways. You have to be right inside the way human beings live in their own warmth with their capital I. You have to enter into this with intuitive insight. If you consider the human being as a whole, not as a combination of solid, sharply outlined organs, but as a whole, you may truly say that we have to go in from different angles, driven to gain insight in images. By inspiration or intuition, we come from the brain to the other organ structures. And the same applies when we consider the different states of aggregation in the human being. You see, when you consider the solid structures, the actual solid bodies in the human being, these hardly differ from such as are found outside the human organism. But the fluid elements and the gaseous elements differ greatly, and the warmth element even more so. We will talk about this in the days to come. But the organs only gain their proper significance for our insight into the nature of the human being if we broaden our approach to the human being. Physiology that is purely based on sensory perception and empiricism barely allows you to trace the functions of the human organism beyond the progress of chyme from the intestinal villi into the lymph vessels. That is as far as you can still get in today's sensory experience-based empiricism. Beyond this, people are really fantasizing. All ideas on what then happens to the material we take in from outside, for instance, what happens in the circulating blood, are basically mere indulgence in fantasy in modern physiology. Something like the involvement of the kidneys in the human organization, for instance, can only be grasped if we consider the descending processes and not only the ascending processes, which today are almost the only ones considered important for the human constitution. A long time ago I told a friend, considering the unfolding of the human germ from fertilization to birth is important. But it is equally important to consider the organs that lie around the germ and are later cast out. We will only get a complete picture when studying cell division if apart from this ascending process, we also follow the descending process. For we do not only have this descending process next to us, as it were, in the embryonic period, but we have it in us also in later life. We need to know for every organ in how far there are ascending processes in it, and in how far descending processes. Descending processes are as a rule connected with increased conscious awareness. For a clear mind, we actually need descending processes, decomposition, destruction, clearing away matter. It is the same with the eliminatory processes. The kidneys are organs of elimination. The question is, however, if in the sensory experience of empiricism they are initially organs of elimination, do they not also have significance for the human constitution? Is there not something other than this eliminatory function, something which makes the kidneys more important in building up the human being? If we trace the functions further and move, say, from the kidney to the liver, we have the following interesting phenomenon. The kidney ultimately discharges matter to the outside. The liver secretes to the inside. The question arises as to what it means for the relationship of the liver process to the kidney process, that the kidney relatively discharges its secreted products to the outside and the liver to the inside. The human being is thus communicating with the outside world in the one case and with itself in the other. This gradually guides us to full insight into the human organism. But we must, of course, make use of the insights sought along the routes I was able to refer to briefly as an introduction today. I intend to take this further in my next lecture and show how these methods lead to genuine understanding of pathology and therapy, and how far we have guiding principles for empirical research, the method recognized today, which we certainly do not want to touch in any way. We merely want to show how it is really only given its true value if we are able to establish such guidelines. I am not in the least keen to do anything against modern natural scientific research. On the contrary, I would like to show that tremendously rich resources still lie in this natural scientific medicine to provide better insight than is gained with present-day methods, and above all, from the present-day point of view. The natural scientific approach is not to be given a bad name, but rather given the right foundations. Given such a basis out of the Spirit, it will gain its full significance. I'll continue with this tomorrow. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 314, by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Physiology and Healing, Treatment, Therapy, and Hygiene. This is Lecture 6, the second lecture in the second part of this book. It's translated by Meuss and was given in Stuttgart on the 27th of October, 1922. If I were asked to organize the study of medicine for people who come to it directly and want to complete it in the course of some time, I would have to start, once the necessary knowledge of natural science has been gained, with a look at the different human functions. I would have to start anatomically and physiologically with the digestion of foods, from mixing with ptyalin and pepsin, to where foods are taken up into the blood, and then, having discussed the whole act of digestion in the narrower sense, move on to discussing the system of heart and lungs and everything connected with this. Then I would have to discuss everything connected with the human renal system. This would have to be considered in conjunction with the whole apparatus of nerves and senses, which does not at all relate to the renal system in the way suggested on the basis of today's accepted knowledge. And then come to the system of liver, bile, spleen. In following this cycle, we would gradually gain an overview of the way things are arranged in the human organism. We need this to develop what needs to be developed with the anthroposophical science of the spirit. on the basis, I'd say the illumination, of the results of empirical studies based on sensory experience, we would arrange them in the order I've just given, and then be able to move on to the therapeutic field. Now you can imagine that a few days only allow me to touch lightly on such a vast, comprehensive field. Our professional medical friends can only touch on things lightly in the whole of this week of medical talks, and it will therefore be necessary for me to say a great many things that are based on a way of treating the empirical data which is not customary today, but nevertheless arises of its own accord, I think, for anyone with the relevant present-day knowledge in physiology and also therapy. Some things will, of course, have to be put in a different way from the usual, but there is really nothing which cannot be made to be in some kind of harmony with today's empirical knowledge, based on sensory experience and taken as a whole. Everything I will be able to say will be aphoristic and basically merely state the ultimate aim. Our starting point would, however, be present-day empiricism based on sensory experience, and the road in between would really have to be produced by the efforts of our medical friends to the widest extent, for this road in between is extraordinarily long and absolutely necessary, simply because of the way things are today. The things we can present here today will essentially never be given full recognition unless this road is taken at least for the most important phenomena. Nor do I think that it is as difficult as it looks today. The effort must simply be made to bring the preliminary work, already available, sometimes extraordinarily good, but not taken to its culmination the way it is today, into the context of the kind of general view I am attempting to indicate here. Yesterday I attempted to show you how we can approach the human being by broadening the usual way of gaining insight, as it were. If you take into account what I have just been saying, I may also be permitted to add the following. You may initially find it most objectionable when people say in the field of anthroposophy that one must differentiate the human being, as he presents himself in the physical world, into a system organized etherically. A system, please don't take umbrage at the words used, they merely serve to give us a terminology. A system organized astrally, and the one which characterizes the human being as an actual capital I system, so that he may develop that inner combination of soul qualities, inner soul which we do not see in animals, a combination which on the one hand appears because human beings are able to bring together their inner experiences in one capital I point, if I may call it that. From that point, their whole organic activity radiates out, in a sense, at least in the conscious state. And this is, on the other hand, reflected in the fact that during their development on Earth, human beings relate differently to sexual development, or the development of generations, than the animal organization does. Basically, the animal organization is such, there are of course always reasons for exceptional development, that it culminates in sexual maturity, and there is then a certain decay, which may not be very radical after the first period of sexual maturity, but there is a degree of organic decay. In human beings, on the other hand, physical development takes a certain upswing with sexual maturity. Externally, empirically, if we take all factors into account, there certainly is a difference between man and animal. You may say that it is really an abstract differentiation to speak of physical organization, etheric organization, astral organization, and I organization. Various people have raised that objection, especially from the philosophical side. One has the functions of the human organism and differentiates between them. Differentiation need not always have a factual basis. and believes one is dealing with an abstraction. That is not the case. We shall see what lies behind it in the course of these days. It is not just a longing to have things in schematic form which is behind it, for it is actually the case that when we speak of the human physical organization, this includes everything in the human organism which we are able to treat the way we do in our laboratory experiments and investigations. We cover all this when speaking of the human physical organization. Yet when we speak of the human etheric organization, we are not in a position to treat our way of thinking with regard to this etheric organization, which is incorporated into the physical organization, by stopping at the ideas and laws we discover in our laboratory experiments and observations. You may think as you will initially about the etheric organization as it presents itself to supersensible investigation, but without the need to go somehow into the mechanistic or the vitalistic method, it is nevertheless evident — it would be subject to long discussions that would be part of the curriculum of which I spoke before — that the whole etheric organization, which you merely have to think of as a structure of functions, intervenes directly in everything that is fluid by nature in the human organization. We must therefore limit our physical way of thinking to everything which is solid in the human organization, essentially the solid state of aggregation, and only manage to cope with the human organization if we consider the fluid element in this organization not merely as fluid, as we have it in the inorganic, natural world outside, but as a fluid element that is fully enlivened, a living fluid. This is what we mean when we say that the human being has an ether body. And we need not go into hypotheses about life, but merely take what we mean. For instance, when we say the cell has life, we need not go further than that, irrespective of whether we are mechanists, idealists, or spiritualists. If we say the cell has life, as an out-and-out empiricist would also say, it is directly evident, with the method to which I am referring, that the element which is fluid by nature in the human being has life. This is the same as saying the human being has an ether body. We therefore have to see everything solid as embedded in fluid. This immediately gives us the contrast. Everything known by way of laws and ideas in the inorganic world is also applied to the solid parts of the human being, and not only the cells, as the smallest organisms found in the human being, are believed to have life, but the totality of fluid elements in the human being is considered to be full of life. What is more, when we then come to the gaseous element in the human being, we find that everything of that nature is in a continuous exchange process. We will have to make it clear during these days that the exchange is not merely inorganic, nor is it mediated merely by the solid organs. The human organism has its own laws to govern the swirl of one into the other in the internal exchange of gases. We have inner laws relating to the solid element, reflected in the relationship between kidneys and heart. And we also have to accept a set of laws within this organism of gases or air, if I may call it that, which is not limited to the laws of solid physical organs. The laws which directly govern the organism of gases or air are, in anthroposophy, called the astral laws for the human being, the astral organization. They would not exist in human beings if these had not brought the aeriform organization into their solid and fluid organization. The astral organization does not intervene directly in the solid and fluid elements. it acts directly on the aeriform organization, and the latter does indirectly intervene in all kinds of ways in the solid and fluid organization. An organized astral organization thus exists within the airy human being, if I may call it such. This gives the airy organization a particular inner form, which is, of course, fluctuating. We simply move up through the states of aggregation and say to ourselves, looking at the solid human being, we need to assume nothing but a physical organization. Looking at the living fluid present throughout the solid physical organization, we have to assume something which is not limited to physical laws. For there we come to the etheric organism, which is a system complete in itself. In the same way, I call something, in quotes, astral organization, which does not intervene directly in the solid and fluid organism, but in the first place in the gaseous organization. I do not call it astral laws, but astral organism, because it is a system complete in itself. And we arrive at the I organization in the same way. It only intervenes directly in the differentiations between temperatures in the human organism, so that we may speak of a warmth organism, a human being of warmth. The I organization influences this human being directly. Being supersensible, it effects the differentiations in temperature, and above all also perceives them, lives in them. There, the I organization lives directly. It does so indirectly in the rest of the organism, in that the warmth influences all gaseous, fluid, and solid organization. Thus, you see, the human organism gradually becomes transparent. But everything I have said so far is such in physical human beings on this earth that it is also reflected in the physical human being. Looking at the organization, which we may in a sense call the most volatile, the I and warmth organization, we see that it has an indirect effect on the gas organization below, on the fluid organization and the solid organization. And the same holds true for the others. So that a solid organ system, initially capable of being established in external anatomy, reflects how this whole differentiated system influences the human organization as we know it from empirically established facts based on sensory experience. We can thus always refer to organ systems where only the solid physical system relates directly to its laws. The fluid does so indirectly, the gaseous even more indirectly, and the element of warmth as the most remote, but nevertheless relating through intermediaries. All the things I can now only refer to briefly, as in thoughts to aim at, can always be proved by means of extended empiricism, simply from the evidence of our senses. Time is short, and so I can only give you thoughts to aim at. If we take the human organization anatomically and physiologically, we can first of all consider the route taken by a food until it arrives at the intestinal walls, with all the complicated organs in that location, and is taken up into the lymph and blood channels. We are thus able to follow digestion or nutrition in the widest sense as far as uptake into the lymph and blood channels. Initially, we limit ourselves to this field, as we use a method of study generally applied in natural science today, though it is not entirely mechanistic, and manage reasonably well. A completely mechanistic view will not take us to our goal in this field either, for the laws we observe outside in the laboratory and characterize as inorganic laws in natural science do, after all, come into play in the digestive tract, that is, in the living organism. Life takes them in from the beginning, when ptyalin is added. Yet if we take account only of this, that external inorganic laws are, as it were, immersed in the life of the digestive tract, we can certainly manage for such a limited field, providing we stick to the things which can be observed within the human physical organization. But we must in that case be clear in our minds that there remains a residue of nutritional activity, digestive activity, that nutrition is not quite finished when the intestinal wall has been passed, and that we need to bring in other methods of study, as it were, for what follows. For the limited field will manage reasonably well if we first consider all conversions that take place by analogous methods, I'd say, like anything we get to know externally. There, however, we find something which is not easily acknowledged in modern science, but is nevertheless a truth which does certainly emerge from modern science. It would now be up to our medical friends to follow these things in a purely scientific way, and then to show that it simply emerges from the empirical facts based on sensory experience, that with foods taken in, ptyalin and pepsin added, and so on, the foods are prepared in such a way that they first lose every trace of their old existence in the outside world. You know, we take in foods from the mineral sphere. You may not like to use the term food for this, but we can understand one another when I want to use some term or other. We take in food from the mineral, vegetable, and animal worlds. The food we take in has gone through the mineral, animal, and vegetable organization. The food most similar to the human organization is the milk which the infant is given by his mother. He receives it as soon as it has left the human organization. The process which takes place in the human organization when food is taken in is that it is taken into the different glandular products, and essentially every trace of its origin is removed. We might even say that the element which makes it possible for us to let a purely natural, scientific, inorganic way of looking at things develop is something in which the human organization comes to our aid. Truly the chyme, or partly digested food, comes closest to external physical processes when it moves from the intestine into the lymph and blood channels. Human beings remove all the external properties of the chyme. They want to have it as similar as possible to inorganic organization. This is what they need. And they differ in this from the animal world. If you study the anatomy and physiology of animals, you will find that animals do not remove the constitution of material that passes into their body to the same degree. It is another matter with their products of elimination. The matter which passes into the body is more similar to its outer organization in animals than it is in humans. That is, more similar to the vegetable and animal nature. Continuing on into the bloodstream according to its external constitution in its inner laws. In human beings, the organization has advanced so far that human beings have made the chyme as inorganic as possible when it is allowed to pass the intestinal wall. There, the purely physical human being is really present in the region where the chyme passes from the intestine into the organization of heart and lung, if I may put it like that. This is the point where the approach we have been using here must, for the first time, turn into heresy for official natural science. For if you take the whole heart and lung tract, meaning the vascular system, if you take this whole tract, it is this which really changes food that has become wholly inorganic, if I may put it like that, into something that has life. The human organization cannot survive unless it gives itself the quality of life. In a wider sense, again, we need not go into the inner nature, but only the things we're always talking about in physiology. This is similar to the moment when we see the inorganic parts, say of protein, transformed into living protein, dead protein into living protein. Time being so short, we cannot, in view of the present situation in theoretical science, look at the way plants produce living protein. The fact is that in human beings, the process in which protein is given life comes when the chyme has been made as inorganic as possible. It happens through the system of heart and lungs, with all its appendages, of course. We are thus able to say, the system of heart and lungs exists to take the element which is physical system into the etheric organization. As human beings, it is not at the same level in animals, where it is much less clear-cut. We thus have a process of vitalization, catching the inorganic and taking it into the organic, into the vital sphere in a process taking place in the system of heart and lungs. This process could not happen in our physical world if certain conditions were not met in the human organization. You see, what I am now presenting to you as a transformation of chyme into an etheric organization, capturing and taking it into an etheric organization, cannot really happen, without further ado, within the laws that apply on earth. Angels can do it, but if they did, the spirits who did it would have to do it by flying around, having a mouth and esophagus, and finally a system of stomach and intestines. Then that would cease to be and vanish into the etheric. So we would have digestive tracts floating about, borne by invisible etheric angelic spirits. The process I have been describing could not at all happen in the physical world without further ado. That would be impossible. It is only made possible in that the whole etheric system is forcibly taken down into the physical, made part of the physical, and this happens due to oxygen being taken up in respiration. So human beings are not angels now, but able to walk about on earth in physical form. Walk about because their angelic nature is made physical as they take in oxygen. This projects the whole, but in real terms, into the physical world, with the whole taking place as a physical system. Something that otherwise could only be wholly supersensible by nature performs this function as a system of heart and lungs. We thus come to see that just as carbon is the basis of animal, vegetable, and human organization, the human organization as well, except that it is not as solid as in the plant, in that it fixes the actual physical organization, so does oxygen relate to the etheric organization, insofar as it comes to expression in the physical realm. Here we have the two substances which essentially constitute protein in vitalistic form. But we have been using an approach that might equally well be applied to the protein cell, the cell itself. We merely extend the approach that might be used for the cell, and really should only just begin by taking not a microscopic view of the human being, but a macroscopic view as we look at the processes that are the link between digestive tract and the tract of heart and lungs, seeing how they are inwardly connected, how an etheric organization intervenes and is fixed physically by taking in oxygen. Now you see that this would only give us an entity that would exist in the physical world as having a digestive organization and an organization of heart and lungs. We have not reached the point where it is an entity with soul. This would, nevertheless, only be able to function in the supersensible sphere, and it is our task to show how into this whole, where the human being is a solid and fluid entity, comes the principle that makes the human being sentient, entering into his solid and fluid organization to make man a sentient entity with soul. We must be able to follow the ensouled before we can see the human being as an ensouled entity. By connecting the etheric organization in the physical body with oxygen, we now have the whole organization in which oxygen plays a role within the human being. The ensouled organization cannot develop unless there is a direct point of attack for the gaseous human being, which continues on into the physical organization. This is something still very remote from present-day thinking. Just think, I now have to draw your attention to this. Just as, thanks to the organization of lungs and heart, oxygen intervenes in the etheric, so the astral intervenes in the human organization via another organ system. This astral element also needs direct access to a physical organ system. If I draw a diagram of this physical organ system, the process I am referring to does not come from those physical organs, but from something connected with these physical organs in gaseous form, from the gaseous organization, therefore, which is connected with these solid organs. The development of astral and organic powers in the organism radiates out from this. The physical organ itself only develops on the way back, thanks to its own radiation. First, the gaseous organization radiates out, making the human being into an ensouled organism, ensouling all organs, and then radiates back again by a roundabout route, so that a physical organ then also develops because it is now also involved in the human physical organization. This is the renal system, which is generally seen as an apparatus for elimination. It is secondarily an apparatus for eliminatory processes, as I will show today or tomorrow. I still have to speak about the relationship of renal eliminations to the higher kidney functions. Apart from being a physical organ for elimination, and of course playing a part in vitality, the kidney in its gaseous basis is the astral organism's organ for outward radiation, entering into the gaseous, and from there directly into the fluid and solid elements in the human organism. The renal system is thus something which, from its organic basis, fills us with powers of sentience, ensoulment, and so on, and thus fills us with an astral organism. Let me tell you that if you know the details concerning renal function, available in evidence-based empirical science, knowing it merely from books does of course always make it difficult to get a clear idea. And if you bring a certain instinctive inner vision to anything you have seen and observed in such functions, you will today have the possibility to discover the relationships everywhere between inner sentient experience and renal functions. It is merely that the eliminations are but secondary indications of the source from which they are eliminated. This source has come into existence through the renal functions. Insofar as the functions are the basis of the sentient system, this is also reflected in the different kind of elimination. If you need to broaden science there, I would recommend that you look for people who are a bit more sensitive and able to tell you certain things on examination. For instance, how elimination via the kidneys changes to a marked degree when they are thinking, depending on whether they are thinking in a room that is cold or one that is warm. Such purely empirical facts, which you must vary the way one does in modern science, will show you the outcome. With strict, systematic investigations, you will see the difference in eliminations via the kidneys when thinking in a cold or a warm room. You can also arrange the experiment so that you ask someone to think logically, and place a warm cloth on his head. Study the renal elimination, and then, as he thinks the same things, put cold compresses on his feet. You can thus Do wholly evidence-based, strictly empirical studies, and they will give you the proof. Today we are not getting enough investigations of this kind, the reason being that people feel disinclined to go into such things. Nor do they go into allantois and amnion when studying cell division, investigating the embryo. These organs, which then drop away, are also studied, but to get to know the whole of human development, one would have to study the appendages much more thoroughly during embryonic development than the developments due to division of the germ cell. So once again, we need to establish everywhere the starting points for investigation of the right kind. Such investigation will show something of tremendous significance, for it alone shows the road we must follow to really understand the human being as a giant cell that is not visible but invisible. Today we do not describe the things we do describe of the human being by starting from the cell, for microscopy does not make us do this. The strange thing is that when one goes to the microscopic level with the methods to which I am referring, we get all the good results obtained in the school of Hertwig, for instance. You reach a certain point up to which you can study the cell under the microscope, but you cannot go beyond this and study the complex processes of life. Ordinary, empirical, evidence-based science comes to a halt here, but you can take it further in the science of the spirit. You now look at the whole human being, and the small point of the cell continues on for you for the whole human being. And you discover how the purely physical organization, I'd say, intervenes in everything connected with the structure of carbon. And the transition to the etheric organization is then connected with the structure of oxygen. Now, when you move on to the renal system, in series of exact experiments, you will in the same way get a connection with nitrogen, and you have now included carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen in your study. The trace of all the roles played by nitrogen as the body is astralized can be easily followed in the metamorphoses of uric acid and urea, though these must be studied in series of completely exact experiments. In everything you'll find in those exact series concerning the secondary secretion of uric acid and urea, you will get confirmation that this points to quite specific things that show how the human being is fully astralized in a process coming from the renal system. This will also be evident from other things that play a role in renal function, including pathological states, to which I'll briefly refer tomorrow, when blood cells of one kind or another are found in the urine. The renal system simply lets the astral organization radiate into the human organism. We must not consider the physical organization, but the gaseous organization connected with it, and nitrogen again plays its role, so that the whole would otherwise be supersensible, just as we would be etheric if oxygen did not come into it. Nitrogen ensures that human beings can walk on this earth, can be earthly human beings. Nitrogen is the third element to connect with it. One feels the need all the time, on the principles of spiritual science, to work toward a continuation of the methods used in anatomy and physiology. This is not because of some fantasy, as you can see from the things arrived at in the first place. The strict demand is, approach the renal system, investigate urea and uric acid secretions, and so on, as exactly as possible, more exactly than is done anywhere today, under different astral conditions, investigate the whole systematically, and step by step you'll find that what is said in this way is proved. And it is only with this that you are able to look into the constitution of the human organism. We are thus able to say that through the renal system everything human beings receive with their food intake is captured in the astral organism. We only need now to get it into the eye organization. Everything is initially taken into this through the liver and gallbladder system. The principle found in the warmth structure and in everything by way of warmth structure in the liver and gallbladder system radiates out in such a way that the human being is filled with eye organization, an organization which is altogether bound to the temperature differentiations in the whole of the organism. You truly can organize your methods of experimentation as accurately as possible in line with what I am now saying. For in the first place, look at lower animals, where there is no suggestion of an eye organization from the point of view of the soul. You do not find a developed liver, nor bile acid in the process. Phylogenetically, these things only develop in the order of animals when things go in the direction of an eye organization. The development of liver and gallbladder is entirely parallel to the level of eye organization which an entity gains. You can, of course, also set up physiological series of investigation, though these need to cover also the different stages in life. You will then see how such eye organization, as there is in the human being, is connected with liver function. You merely have to study pathological states, like certain childhood diseases that are fatal, and you will discover that certain soul organizations, not in the direction of sentience but in the direction of the eye, are connected with the secretion of bile. You'll find that there an enormously fruitful series of experimental methods opens up. Some of them it will be possible to put together from what evidence-based empirical science has to offer. They merely need to be developed. You'll see that in the same way as the physical organization is connected with carbon, the etheric organization with oxygen, the astral organization with nitrogen, the eye organization is connected with hydrogen. You will be able to incorporate all temperature differentiations, I can only refer to this briefly, in the particular function that hydrogen has in the organism, of course always in conjunction with other substances. Moving up from the sensible to the supersensible, but grasping this supersensible by considering its physical representatives, we reach the point where we can take the whole human being as a highly complex cell, as it were, a cell which is ensouled and filled with the Spirit. You see, here again, it is really only a matter of taking the trouble and not simply leaving our marvelous natural scientific findings at a particular point, but to take them up, follow them, and take them further. The way I see things, and with my experience of life, I am convinced that if you were to sit down today and simply go through the empirical material available in conventional science, putting things nearest to hand together with those most remote, considering how things are connected, you will come across every single thing I have been saying here. I am absolutely convinced that all the occultists you study, and altogether people of the kind one calls occultists today, will not help you. You will have much more help with what is meant here if you really follow the empirical facts presented in conventional natural science. Natural science itself makes you acknowledge things which of course can only be seen supersensibly, but from which you get the idea that we must follow the empirical facts in the one direction or the other. You'll discover the methods for yourselves. The facts will make you develop them. There is no point in complaining that you make someone prejudiced with these regulative principles, or that they are suggestive. Things arise from the subject matter itself, but the facts which arise are complex. To pursue the matter further, you'll need the following. Everything you get to perceive of the human being in this way then needs to be investigated in its relationship to the outside world. I'd now ask you to follow me in a brief train of thought. It is meant to be more an example, but will put you in the way of how to proceed there. Let us take an annual plant rising from the ground in spring and going through its annual cycle. Relate the phenomena you observe in the annual with other things you are able to observe. Above all, something like the way farmers dig trenches at a certain depth to store their potatoes through the winter, putting the potatoes into them so that one will have them for the next year. They will not be fit for consumption if stored in the ordinary kind of open cellar. You know that all series of experiments in this area let you experience the outcome of interaction between exposure to the sun on the one hand and the soil on the other, taken down to a deeper level in the winter months to follow. Temperature conditions and the powers of light are at play in the soil. The dynamics are below the Earth's surface in winter, so that we really have the after effects of summer down there in winter. Summer is above ground all around us. In winter, the potential powers summer can have come into play underground. The consequence is, I have to take great leaps, of course, but empirical observation will easily verify this, that the plant in growing from the soil in its year is at first really growing with the powers which the sun has given to the earth the year before, if not earlier, for the plant takes its dynamics from the soil. These dynamics taken from the soil can be traced as far as the ovary, as far as seed development. We therefore only have a genuine botany that is in accord with the whole physiology if we take account not only of the dynamics of warmth and light and of light conditions in the year when the plant is growing, but starting from the root, base ourselves on the dynamics of light and warmth at least in the year before. We can trace this as far as the ovary, so that we have something in the ovary which happened the year before, still active from the year before. If, on the other hand, you study the foliage, and even more the sepals and petals, you will in the leaves find a compromise, I'd say, between the dynamics of the year before and the dynamics of the current year. The leaves have in them the element pushing up from the soil and the influences of the environment. In the petals, the current year finally shows itself in its purest form. The colors and so on in the petals are not something old. They are of this year. You cannot study an annual plant by only considering the current situation. Just follow the consecutive structural situation over 2 years, now in time, to see this. But the things that the sun tells the earth, as it were, persist for much longer. Run series of experiments on how good the plants still taste to creatures such as the grubs of maybugs, and you'll see that you need to relate the things which at first you considered to be of this year in the plants with sun conditions from the year before. You know how long those grubs need before they show themselves, enjoying the plant once they have gone through their larval stage. All these things need to be exactly investigated. Only guidelines can come from the spiritual world. You then find that the structures of substances found in the petals and leaves, for instance, are greatly different from the structures of substances found in the root, or even all the way to the seed. The difference is enormous. And this makes the difference if you make a tea, let us say, from the organs of the flower, or rather the leaves, or choose to make a decoction of roots or seed. You will find that this difference underlies the other differences. The difference between the action of a tea made from petals and leaves, or of a decoction from the roots or seed. This is how you relate the human being in his organization to the environment, and are able to verify everything you find there in purely physical, sense-perceptible terms. You will discover, however, that irregularities in translating the chyme into the etheric organization, for instance, as it takes place through the system of heart and lungs, are influenced by foliage. Everything connected with the digestive tract is greatly influenced by what we get when we make a tea of petals. A decoction of root and seed influences the activity which follows into the vascular system and as far as the nervous system. This gives you the rational connection between the functions of the human organism and the sphere where our armamentarium may be built up. In the afternoon, I'll go on to show you the interconnection between the different structures of the plant we are able to identify and the human neurosensory organization and digestive tract organization. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a collected works, volume 314 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Physiology and Healing, Treatment, Therapy, and Hygiene. And this is the third lecture in the second part of this. Lecture 7 in the entire series, given in Stuttgart on the 27th of October, 1922. If we manage more and more to see the human organism in the way which, sadly, I have only been able to refer to briefly, things grow important specifically for judging the human being in sickness and in health, for the full value of some aspects is not generally apparent. To this day, people pay extremely little attention to the principle which I have tried to call, quote, the threefold state of physical human nature, close quote, in the appendix to my book, Von Seelenrätseln. It's parenthesis, reader's aside. This is found extracts in the Case for Anthroposophy, end of reader's aside. Yet, very much indeed depends on people attaching the right value to this threefold state of the physical human being when it comes to the element of pathology and also to medical treatment. The threefold nature of the physical human being means that everything that is neurosensory system has to be seen as mainly located in the head, but that this head organization is also spread out over the whole human being. Everything we have to call neurosensory function in the human skin, for instance, and indeed in the whole human organization, is certainly part of it. But we cannot arrive at a well-founded view unless we first lift the neurosensory system out of the whole rest of the organism, doing so theoretically to begin with. The second system I distinguished is the human rhythmic system. It includes everything in the functional sphere that is subject to rhythm, primarily, of course, the respiratory system, in conjunction with the system of blood circulation. In a wider sense also, the rhythm which applies, at least in the main, to human beings, even if they may break it up in many ways. This is the day and night rhythm, the rhythm of sleeping and waking. And furthermore, anything else that is rhythmic, including food intake, and so on. People do, of course, break the last of these, and the results of this have to be balanced out in a certain way, using regulators existing in the organism. We must then consider the rhythmic human being to be the second element in the human organization, and the metabolic organism as the third. I include the organism of limbs in this, for the functional processes due to moving our limbs are closely bound up with the metabolism in general. Considering this threefoldness of the human being, we come to see that the human organization I spoke of this morning, which is above all connected with the capital I, has a certain relationship to the metabolic human being. But this is in so far as the metabolic human being extends over the whole human being. The rhythmic human being has a certain relationship to the system of heart and lungs to which I referred this morning. And I also spoke of renal function this morning, arising from the renal system, having a certain relationship to the human astral organization. In short, the threefold human being has a certain relationship to the individual levels of supersensible human nature, and hence also to the individual organ systems, as I showed this morning. But we must take a closer look at these relationships if they are to be of real value in gaining insight into the human being in health and sickness. And it will probably be best to start with the rhythmic human being, the rhythmic organization of the human being. This rhythmic organization is very often not properly valued for one quite specific property, and that is the relationship between the rhythm of the blood circulation and the breathing rhythm. In adults, it is almost 4:1. This is, of course, an approximate, mean ratio, and it is the very fact that it is specific to the individual which reflects something of the measure of health and sickness in the human organism. This ratio of 4:1 in the rhythmic human being really applies also to the whole human being. We certainly have a ratio of 4:1 with regard to the development of the metabolic human being, which includes the human being of limbs. I say, quote, metabolic human being, close quote, to simplify things, and the neurosensory human being. Again, this is something we can verify empirically from the evidence of the senses. The relationship goes so far that we may indeed say that everything by way of processes connected with human metabolism goes at approximately 4 times the speed of everything the neurosensory organization contributes to the human being's growth. We can actually say that the second dentition, with the second teeth permanent in the child, reflects what is happening in the human metabolic system due to the fact, as it were, that this metabolic system is all the time knocking against the neurosensory system, but that everything which then continues on from the human metabolic system toward the middle, the rhythmic system, relates to everything that extends from the neurosensory to the rhythmic system in a time ratio of 4:1. Putting it accurately, it is like this. We are able to see the rhythms of the neurosensory system continuing on in the respiratory system, and the rhythms of the metabolic system continuing on in the circulatory system. We can say that the metabolic system is sending its influences up, as it were, into the rhythmic human being. That is, the third principle in the human organization into the second principle. And in everyday life, this is reflected in the rhythm of the blood circulation. The neurosensory system sends its influences into the respiratory system, and this is reflected in the breathing rhythm. In the rhythmic human being, where we are able to observe the 4:1 ratio, about 70 pulse beats to 18 breaths, we have the neurosensory system and the metabolic system knock against one another in the ratio of those rhythms. And as I said, we can observe this also at any stage in life if we observe how absolutely everything that happens in the human being, coming from metabolism, knocks against anything coming from the head system, the neurosensory system. It is an extraordinarily important relationship. We can indeed say straight out, in the child's second dentition, we have the metabolic system pushing up as far as the head, but in such a way that when the metabolic system comes up against the neurosensory system, the latter is initially predominant. This will be clear to you from what follows. We are able to say that when children get their second teeth at around the age of 6, metabolic system and neurosensory system knock against one another in such a way that the activity of the neurosensory system is dominant. What results from the collision, these are the components, as it were, coming from the neurosensory and metabolic systems, is the situation which then leads to second dentition. At the stage of life when sexual maturity develops, we see metabolic system and neurosensory system knocking against one another again. Now, however, the metabolic system dominates. In the male gender, this is reflected in the fact that even the voice, which up to this time mainly reflected the neurosensory system, changes because the metabolic system comes up, as it were, and makes the voice duller. We can understand these effects if we observe how much there is in them, on the one hand, of emanations that have their origin in the renal system, as mentioned earlier today, in the liver and gall system, and, on the other hand, those that originate in the head and the skin organization, that is, the very basis of the neurosensory system. It is an extraordinarily interesting relationship, something which takes us to the deepest depths of the human organization, as it were. We can really think of the development, the configuring of the organism, proceeding in such a way that emanations coming from, let us say, the kidney and liver system are met by the form principles of the head system. To draw a diagram of what happens there, we would have to do it like this. There's a drawing, apparently. We would have to say, emanations of this kind come from the liver and kidney system, not only upward, but in all directions, of course, and have the tendency to act in a semi-radial way. But the form principles coming from the head blunt them everywhere. So, the shape of the lung can be understood if we think of it being fully formed out by principles coming from the liver and kidney system. But these are met by principles coming from the head system that round them off. The whole human form arises in such a way that we think of radial form principles coming from the liver, kidney and liver system and being rounded off by principles coming from the head system. This gives us the extraordinarily important fact, every detail of which can be proved empirically, that two power components are involved in organizing the human being, especially in their growth. The powers coming from the system of liver and kidneys, and those that come from the neurosensory system, round off the forms the others are configuring, giving them a surface. Both components impinge on one another, but not in the same rhythm. The rhythms in which they impinge differ. Everything coming from the system of liver and kidneys has the rhythm of the metabolic human being, and everything coming from the head system simply has the rhythm of the neurosensory human being. This means that when the individual is ready in his organization to get his second teeth in about his 7th year, he is in his metabolic organization. Everything coming from the system of kidneys and liver, and is impinged on, I'd say, by the heart rhythm, made subject to a rhythm which relates in a ratio of 4:1 to the rhythm which comes to meet it from the heart. It is only in their 28th year that human beings are as far advanced with regard to their head organization as they were at the age of 7 years with regard to their metabolic organism. This means that the sculpting, modeling principle advances more slowly than the radial principle, which does not sculpt. It takes 4 times as long. Because of this, we are, by the end of our 7th year, about as far with regard to the principle coming from our metabolism as we will only be in our 28th year with regard to the whole of our growth situation, insofar as it is subject to the neurosensory system. Human beings are thus complex creatures, with two streams, two movement streams, active in them that are subject to completely different rhythms. And we are thus able to say that second dentition, for example, arises when the principle connected with the metabolism impinges on the slower but more intensive sculpting principle. The sculpting element thus preponderates in the teething process. At the time of sexual maturity, the metabolic element is to the fore. The sculpting element withdraws, as it were, and in the male gender this is reflected in the well-known phenomenon. Other things in the human organization are also connected with this. One is that the potential for ill health is greatest in the years up to the second dentition, and this in such a way that the greatest potential for ill health exists in the very first stage of life. People's inner disposition for ill health largely ceases with the second dentition. I found I had to study this relationship very exactly, because we had to develop our system of education. You really cannot establish a rational system of education unless you base yourself on this knowledge of the human being in health and sickness. The inner nature of human beings is such that they are really at their healthiest in the second stage of life, from the second dentition to sexual maturity. There follows a stage where they will easily fall ill. But falling ill in the first stage of life, up to the second dentition, is essentially very different from falling ill once sexual maturity has been achieved. These two possibilities of falling ill are as different, I'd say, as the second dentition and the breaking of boys' voices. In the first stage of life, up to the second dentition, everything in the child comes from the neurosensory organization, going to the outermost peripheries of the organism. Everything really starts from the neurosensory organization. This is still predominant at the second dentition, and the pathological phenomena in the first stage of human life arise from it. You will be able to form a complete opinion, if I may put it like that, of these pathological phenomena if you say to yourself as you consider the matter, it is perfectly clear that the principle radiating from the system of kidneys and liver is blunted in a way, blunted as the sculpturing principle of the neurosensory human being, as the sculpturing principle of the neurosensory human being comes in. The dominant influence with the sculpturing principle is something connected with the human eye organization and astral organization, as referred to earlier in these lectures. You see, it is strange that earlier I had to say that the eye organization comes from the system of liver and gall, that the astral organization comes from the renal system, and that I now have to say that everything connected with the eye organization and the astral organization comes from the head organization. We'll never manage to cope with the enormous complexity of the human organization by just taking a linear approach, saying that the eye organization comes from the system of liver and gall, the astral organization from the system of liver and kidneys, and sticking with this. We have to realize that in the first stage of life, up to the second dentition, these principles radiating from the system of liver and kidneys are blunted by emanations from the neurosensory system, and that it is this blunting which matters. The emanations coming from the system of liver and gall and from the renal system, oddly enough, prove to be a counterflow, not directly moving up from below, but moving from above downward in a counterflow. The whole childhood organization really has to be imagined like this. The astral rays out from the renal system, the eye organization from the liver system. But these emanations are of no significance. Instead, the liver system is, as it were, reflected by the head system. The renal system is reflected by the head system. And it is only the reflection into the organism which shows itself to be the active principle. You therefore have to say to yourself, how do I look at the child's astral organization? I look at the actions coming from the kidney as they are reflected back by the head system. The actual physical system and the etheric system act upward from below. The physical organization with its point of origin in the digestive system, and the etheric organization in the system of heart and lungs. These act upward from below, and the others down from above, in the first stage of human life. And the rhythm which relates to the radiation from above downward, in a ratio of 4:1, is acting into the radiation that goes upward from below. It is a pity that one has to be so brief, but this truly informs us on developments in childhood. If you want to study the most striking childhood diseases, these can be divided into two groups, and studying these you'll find that on the one hand, they are due to the principle radiating down from above, meeting the one radiating from below upward, in rhythms in a relationship of 4:1. But balance is not achieved. And if the principle with the 4 rhythm, radiating from below upward, does not want to be part of the nature of the individual, though the inherited rhythm of the head organization is really all right, the rhythm that is 1 in the ratio, then all the diseases develop which we know in the childhood organism, and which nevertheless are metabolic diseases. But these are metabolic diseases arising from a damming up against the neurosensory system, so that the metabolism cannot rightly adapt to the radiation coming from the neurosensory system, and we get, for example, I can only give examples, the strange blood disease in children, which makes the blood kind of purulent. We also come to all other childhood diseases that may be said to be metabolic diseases. If the metabolic organism is adapted to the child's individual nature, and above all if hygienic conditions are reasonable, so that the children are well adapted to their environment, that is, are given the right foods, but due to hereditary conditions of some kind, the neurosensory system, which acts downward from above, and the influences of which take the emanations from the system of liver and gall and the renal system along with them, is not in order, all the spasmodic diseases of childhood arise, of which we must say that they are due to the eye organization and astral organization, not being able to enter properly into the physical and etheric organization. The diseases of the childhood organism thus arise from two opposite sources. But it is always the case that we can only cope with these diseases in the child's organism by directing our attention to the head and the neurosensory organization. Basically, we must also configure the child's metabolism so that it adapts not only to external conditions, but also to the neurosensory organization. In that first stage of life, up to the second dentition, we need to develop thorough insight into the human neurosensory system, practical insight, and really see to it that everything radiates out from the head organization, except that the metabolism may put itself forward, being in good order, and the head organization being too weak from hereditary causes. In the second stage of life, from the second dentition to sexual maturity, everything radiates out from the rhythmic organism itself. And the human astral and the etheric organization is then of the essence. Everything the respiratory system and the circulatory system perform as their functions radiates into the astral and the etheric organization at that time. These systems can be kept in order from outside, and because of this, people are at their healthiest where their own organization is concerned. But we can easily ruin the health of primary school-age children by putting them in poor hygienic and sanitary conditions. We cannot really take care of them from outside in this way in the first stage of life. Knowing full well, having gained real insight into essential human nature, that basically we are responsible for the causes of disease which arise between the 7th and the 14th years of life, means that we carry enormous responsibility for the medical aspects of education. Genuine understanding of essential human nature tells us exactly that basically the causes for disease evident between the 7th and 14th years in life are our own fault. It is exactly at school age that human beings do not really depend on themselves, but adapt to their environment in their breathing, taking in air, something which metabolism brings to expression in the circulation. Metabolism is always connected with the organization of limbs. If we don't let the children do proper physical exercise, properly move their limbs, we breed causes of disease in outer terms. This gives us the basis for the study of a real, proper primary school education. All conditions, also during lesson times, must be such that this is taken into account. You see, this is not done in our time. You may realize this if you consider the following. In experimental psychology, as it is called, which in a way is something magnificent, and I am well able to appreciate its importance, among the sins committed is the sin of saying, when children attend these lessons, they get so tired, and when they attend these other lessons, they tire in this other way, and so on. Conclusions are drawn from this as to how to arrange the curriculum, according to the states of tiredness observed. Well, the question is put in entirely the wrong way. It has to be put differently. From the 7th to the 14th year, we are, thank heaven, only dealing with a rhythmic human being, who in principle never tires. If it were to tire, the heart, for example, would not perform its movements when we sleep for the whole of our earthly life. The movements of breathing continue and never tire. So if someone says he must take account of serious or slight tiring observed in the experiment, he would have to conclude that he has really made an error when that happens. It must be our ideal not to influence primarily the head system between the 7th and the 14th year, but rather the rhythmic system. We do this by giving our education artistic form. That is how we influence the rhythmic system. And we shall find that we are actually correcting the things which modern research establishes as children tiring with the wrong kind of teaching. It is possible, for instance, to influence the breathing movements, albeit slightly, by wrongly burdening the memory, and this will show itself later on in life. The opposite is the case when the child has reached sexual maturity and after that. Then possible causes of disease appear in the human beings themselves, in their own organism of metabolism and limbs. This happens because the foods taken in make their own laws apply, and we then have the activity of the physical and etheric organism predominant in the human organization. In the child's organism, we thus have the eye organization and the astral organization acting via the neurosensory system. From the second dentition to sexual maturity, the astral and etheric organization is predominantly active, but from the rhythmic system. After sexual maturity, the physical organization and the etheric organization are mainly active, and this from the system of metabolism and limbs. And we see how pathology absolutely confirms this. I merely have to list the typical diseases for the female gender. We see how, after sexual maturity, the actual metabolic diseases come from within the human being, so that we are now able to say that metabolism predominates. It is the principle which, coming from the metabolism, overcomes the neurosensory organization instead of establishing real harmony with it. In a child, we have false dominance of the neurosensory system in childhood diseases before the second dentition. Then the period of health between the second dentition and sexual maturity. And after that, predominance of the organism of metabolism and limbs with its faster rhythm. This faster rhythm is then reflected in everything connected with deposits developing in the metabolism, simply because the sculpting organization from the head pushes itself forward, come what may. I'm very sorry indeed that I can only present these things cursorily and aphoristically. I do, however, want to give at least the main conclusions, which are that we can actually see from it all that the functional aspect of the human being must be considered primary, and that the development of form and deformation must basically be coming from this functional aspect. Outwardly, this is evident in that the plastic, form-giving process is particularly powerful up to the 7th year. The organs are developed so far in their sculpted form by principles coming from the neurosensory system that we are able to say, for instance, that the work done in forming the teeth up to the second dentition will not be repeated later. But all the work done by the metabolism in penetrating the organism really enters onto a completely new track when, at sexual maturity, part of the metabolism is given over to the sexual organs, and the metabolism is altogether given a different constitution. It is extraordinarily important for you to follow up the things I have mentioned so briefly, doing so methodically and in every detail. The results are put in a proper scientific order by bringing them together with things like those I gave at the end of this morning's session, relating them in turn to world activities outside the human being. It is possible to deal with everything that radiates out in this complicated way from the renal system, the liver system, simply by provoking changes in there from the outside. We can deal with it by taking account of the things we observe in the plant's growth principle. I'd say more from the preceding year or years, and the growth principles arising from the immediate present. Let us go back to the plant. From the root up to the ovary, to seed development, we really have something that is old for the plant, from the year before. And in everything that develops, especially around the petals, we have the present. We have to see the combined activities of present and past in the development of the leaves. Past and present unite as two components, producing a result. Now, in nature, everything relates to everything else, just as everything relates to everything else in a complicated manner in the human organism, as I have shown briefly. We have to get to know the ways in which things are connected. Everything is mutual relationship in the natural world. And if we want to trace the relationships evident in the plant, where things are less complicated, we find the following. We find everything which in an earlier instinctive medicine, which we do not wish to return to, I merely want to mention it so that we understand each other, was called phosphorus-like, sulfur-like, in the parts developing as something belonging to the present, to today, in the flower, leaving aside the ovary and stigma. Making a tea from these parts of the plant, thus also taking out mineral activity, we get the phosphorus-like, the sulfur-like principle. It is quite wrong to think that those earlier physicians saw phosphorus and sulfur as the elements known to us in modern chemistry. No, they saw it in the way I have just described. A tea made accordingly from, say, red poppy petals would, in terms of that earlier medicine, be considered to be something phosphorus-like, sulfur-like. If I use the green leaves, on the other hand, a big difference, of course, if you take pine needles or cabbage leaves and make a decoction, you will have what in the old style was called mercurial. That is the mercurial principle, not mercury as we know it today. And everything connected with the root element, the stem and seed quality, was considered salt-like in the old medicine. I am merely mentioning this to make things clear. Today, with our natural scientific insights, we cannot pick up those earlier insights. But we do need to have experimental series to show how, on the one hand, let us say, a decoction of some root or other acts on the head organization, and therefore also on childhood diseases. We shall have a tremendously significant regulative principle if we simply do experiments on the actions of anything we obtain, especially from the root element, and also the seed element of plants on the childhood organization up to the second dentition. We will then have medicines for everything that is similar to the things that must be acquired from outside. Essentially all diseases that are in the main acquired between the second dentition and sexual maturity have to be acquired from outside, that is, at least medicines that act on what is coming from outside by making preparations of the green leaves, the foliage. That is the mercurial in the earlier sense, and it is indeed present to a greater degree in mercury, though it is not identical with it. The fact that mercury is a specific for something very much acquired from outside, that is, for certain venereal diseases, is certainly connected with this. Everything by way of venereal diseases is essentially merely the potentized continuation of conditions that may develop in an extraordinarily mild form in the second stage of life. Yet by nature, even venereal diseases are merely a potentized form of what can be acquired from outside from the 7th to the 14th year, exactly up to sexual maturity. These do not turn into venereal diseases because up to this age people aren't yet sexually mature. Otherwise, various diseases that can potentially be acquired would offload themselves very much on the sexual organs. Someone truly able to observe this transition from the 11th, 12th into the 13th, 14th, and as far as the 15th, 16th year, will see how something which before appeared in a completely different way takes the form of abnormalities in the sex life. And then, of course, come the human diseases that may have their principal seat in metabolism, insofar as the metabolism is bound up with the physical system and to the etheric system. Diseases that must be considered in connection with activities bound up with the principle that lies in the actual flowering parts of the plant. Much of this may seem sheer fantasy when it has to be as briefly presented as I had to do here, but they are verifiable in every detail. Our difficulties in really presenting these things in official medicine lie in the fact that initially it all seems difficult to see clearly, because we have to reckon with the kind of complication in the human organism which will have attracted your particular attention when I started to speak today. I had to characterize it in such a way that apparently it did not agree with the things said in the morning. The explanation is that emanations from the organization of liver and kidneys will first present in their counteractions. It is then something of importance for the eye organism and the astral organism. This comes up most powerfully there. In a similar way, however, the circulatory rhythm and the breathing rhythm work both together and against one another in the middle human being. There too we therefore have to look for some things that come from the blood rhythm, first in the counterstroke of the breathing rhythm, and vice versa. If you bring the things I am now saying together with the things I said this morning, for instance, that the human eye organization really lives in the human being of warmth, which then penetrates the human being of air, the gaseous human being, and if we consider an influence like that coming from the eye organism and from the astral organism, then in physical terms we have something which predominantly acts from the warmth organization and the gaseous and the aeriform organization. But we have to see this in the early childhood organism. We therefore have to see the origin of childhood diseases by studying the warmth organization and air organization, and the effects on the warmth organization and on the air organization, which we see if we now use preparations made from roots or seed arise, because two polar opposite modes of action impinge on one another, with the one exciting the other. Root or seed preparations we introduce into the organism excite everything that arises from the human warmth organization and from the air organization. This is merely to indicate how, if we consider the actions that go from above downward, as it were, have from the very beginning a warmth and air vibration established in human beings, which is strongest in childhood, though it is not a vibration, but an organic structure operating in time. And the actions going upward from below, in the physical and etheric organism, are the solid and the fluid organization. Both are in interaction because the fluid and the gaseous organizations interpenetrate in the middle, as it were, thus producing an intermediate stage in the states of aggregation. Thus the intermediate aggregate state, familiar to you, between solid and fluid in the human organism, results from interpenetration. In the same way, we must look for an intermediate stage between fluid and gaseous in the living, sentient human organism, and then again for an intermediate stage between gaseous and warmth quality. You see, everything which thus comes to expression in the physiology, I'd say, has its significance for pathology and therapy. I think you'll agree, as we consider the human being in all this complexity, that the situation is such that one organ system is all the time pouring its actions into the other organ system. If you now consider the whole organic effect that comes to expression in a sense organ, for instance, let us say mainly in the ear, the following is the case. The eye organization, astral organization, etheric and physical organization are acting together in a particular way so that the metabolism penetrates the neurosensory element, and this is made rhythmical through and through by the breathing process, insofar as it influences the organ of hearing, is fully organized, given rhythm by the blood rhythm, insofar as this enters into the organ of hearing. Every organ reflects in a particular relationship the situation I have tried to show you in a threefold and a fourfold way. The threefold human being, the fourfold organization to which I referred, to make it transparent to you. Ultimately, however, everything is in metamorphosis in the human being. What we see here in the region of the ear, for instance, why do we call it normal? Because it presents the way it does present, so that the human being may arise, and arise in the way he goes about here on earth. There is no other reason for calling it normal. But when these special conditions, which in the case of the ear are above all configuring things, because the ear is in the periphery of the organism, act in such a way that, let us say, metamorphosis makes a similar relationship, similar interrelationship with all these different aspects that arise somewhere in the inner organism, arise instead of the interrelationships which are appropriate in that particular place. Something comes in just there which really wants to be an ear. Forgive me for being so sketchy, but one can't put the things I want to say in any different way when one has to be so sketchy. Let us say it comes up in the region of the pylorus instead of whatever it was meant to develop there. In this way, a pathological metamorphosis proves to be the origin of tumor development. All tumor developments, including carcinoma, are, in fact, displaced attempts to develop sense organs. So if you have such a pathological development and rightly understand the human organism, you'll discover the degree of involvement of the warmth organism and the air organism in the child's organization, and indeed the embryonic organization, to let those organs develop. They can only develop in the right way through the warmth and air organism, in that the fluid organism and the solid organism counteract them, and a resultant arises of components. This means that we need not consider this relationship between physical organism, insofar as it comes to expression, for instance, through the metabolism, and the sculpting, form-giving organism, insofar as it comes to expression in the neurosensory system. We have to see, as it were, how the principle which carries matter radially emanates from the metabolic organism, and how matter is sculpted, given form, in the organs by the principle coming toward it from the neurosensory system. Considering this, we ask ourselves how we can really get at such a tumor development. We can only do so by saying to ourselves, the relationship is not right between the physical and etheric organism on the one hand, insofar as it is reflected in the emanating metabolism, and the eye organism and the astral organism on the other, as they are reflected in the warmth organism and in the air organism. In thus referring to the outermost limits, we must above all consider the way in which the metabolism relates to the warmth organism. In the case of a tumor, we can best do this if it is inside, though it is also possible if outside. I'll talk about these things tomorrow, particularly in the therapeutic part, by enveloping the tumor in a mantle of warmth. We merely have to succeed in enveloping the tumor in a mantle of warmth. This causes a radical change in the whole organization. If we succeed in doing this, then, put in a primitive way, we will also succeed in dissolving it. This is achieved in a real way if such medicines are used appropriately. I am sure, as your medical friends have told you about, if they are given by injection. Having discovered the specific action on one organ system or another, you can be sure that in every case a viscum preparation, the way we use it, will create a mantle of warmth around the abnormal organ in question, for that is what a carcinoma is. You cannot use the same for a breast cancer, a cancer of the uterus, or of the pylorus. You have to study the route taken by the effect produced by the injection, but you'll never achieve anything unless you bring about a genuine effect. And this effect becomes evident in that the temperature rises. The injection thus has to be followed by a febrile state. You can be sure of failure from the beginning if you do not produce a fever. I wanted to give you the principle so that you may see how things depend on a ratio, but that ratio should only be a regulative principle. You will see that everything said to be due to those regulative principles can be verified in the way in which facts are altogether verified in modern medicine. Nor do we wish to claim that these things should simply be accepted without being verified. But the situation is that anyone who takes a real interest in these things will be able to make strange discoveries. Everything I have been saying today, the sketchy presentation may prove somewhat confusing, but it will be clear if you give the matter some thought. You will, on the one hand, find substantiated in a strange way, if you take the right facts on the one side, which are recorded in the literature. These things are recorded somewhere or other, which will truly bring you close to the picture painted today. Especially if you relate this to something else. if you relate it to the many references to be found in the literature. You will get as far as this, but no further. You will thus certainly find confirmation from two sides in existing medicine that the result is as I have sketched it out for you. I'll now permit myself to add some aspects of treatment tomorrow, and then some of the things which perhaps are not quite clear because of today's sketchy presentation will become clearer. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a collected work by Rudolf Steiner, number 314, entitled Physiology and Healing, Treatment, Therapy, and Hygiene, 13 lectures and some question and answer sections as well, translated by Meuss. This is Lecture 8, given in Stuttgart on the 28th of October, 1922. All I can do, really, is to give you some of the methods with a view to therapeutic aims as they arise from spiritual scientific studies. It will, of course, not be possible to go into detail, time being short. However, I think that for starting the work that needs to be done with the aid of spiritual science in the medical direction, it is above all important that the points of view emerge fairly clearly. I may say that with regard to individual special aspects, these points of view have been applied with great care in making our medicines. It may not be immediately obvious how these more general points of view can be developed in specific instances, but I will endeavor, particularly in discussing the methods today, to point out some things that will at least give you thought also in this direction. It will not be possible to understand the human organism in health and sickness, or rather, for today's purposes, in its state of health and gaining of health, unless you take account of the fact that normal, in quotes, functions essentially are but metamorphoses also of those we must evoke in order to meet pathological states. We must always take into account that the human organism is inwardly filled with processes which are not the same as the processes in the outside world. Let us first of all take into account that everything people take in from outside, from the plant world for instance, must first be processed in the digestive tract itself, so that the human being may then enliven it further. Vitalizing, enlivening must be the human being's own activity. And the human organism simply could not exist if it did not perform this activity. Now we must clearly understand that the Earth's plant cover is essentially going through the opposite process from the one inside the human being. When we refer to, in quotes, vitalizing, on the route which human food follows through the organism, on an ascending curve, as it were, a curve rising from essentially inorganic matter to vitalized live matter, from there to what can be the vehicle for sentience, and finally from there to what can be the vehicle for the I organization. That is, when we speak of food being processed until it is also taken up into the astral organism, the vehicle for the world of sentience, we have to speak of the progressive enlivening of matter taken in as food. In plants, the opposite is the case. Initially, there is essentially a process of devitalization in all peripheral organs as the plant develops from below upward, calling forth the leaf process and the corolla process. The vital principle is retained for the seed only. In the plant which we are first addressing, for when we address the seed in the ovary, we are really already addressing the next plant, which is still to develop. That is, we are addressing something saved for the next plant. We do not have a vitalizing process going up from below. The vitality is sucked out of last year's summer warmth stored in the soil, out of last year's power of sunlight. The greatest vitality is in the root element. We have a gradual devitalization process from below upward. And when we come to the petals, especially petals containing much volatile oil, we also have the most powerful devitalization process in those plants. We have a process which is very frequently, for instance, connected with genuine processing of sulfur, which is then found in material form in the volatile oil, or at least close to the volatile oil in the flower. The sulfur really brings the process about, taking the plant into the volatile, inorganic sphere. I'd say into the kind of inorganic quality that still has the organic live quality adhering to it. It is extraordinarily important that we clearly understand what we are actually introducing into our organism, even as we introduce the plant. The plant is going through a process which is the opposite of the process in the human organism. If you base yourself on this, as you focus on the actual disease, you'll have to say to yourself, plant nature, and this also holds true for other substances in the outside world, and to a much higher degree for animal nature, is the opposite of the human organism's tendency to evoke one process or another. Looking in an unbiased way at human nutrition, we cannot but say to ourselves, with every food, we are actually introducing something into the human organism which needs to be thoroughly reversed. Essentially, taking nourishment is always a first step toward poisoning ourselves. When we speak of actual poisoning, we have to be clear in our minds that this is merely a metamorphosis, greatly tending to be radical, of something which happens a little bit when we are all together taking food into the ptyalin, let us say. And the further stages of digestion, especially in the renal function of which I spoke, absolutely are always a process of detoxification. We are thus simply going through a rhythm of mild poisoning and detoxification when we eat our daily bread and digest our food. This is the slightest metamorphosis of something which is then enhanced when we introduce medicines into the organism. It is, of course, utterly senseless to fall into raptures about, quote, non-toxic medicine, close quote. It is nonsense, because the question can only be, how do we enhance something which is already happening in ordinary digestion by introducing something which is more foreign than ordinary nourishment to the human organism? We need to understand the human organism really well to be in a position to appreciate the value of an external medicament for this organism. Let us take something which is really always present in the human organism as a medicinal agent, the iron in our blood. This is really always playing the role of a medicament, protecting us from the tendency to fall ill which we have in us. I'll start by putting this the most primitive way. As you know, if the brain, weighing 1,500 grams, were to rest on the base of the brain, the vessels in the brain base would, of course, be squashed. The brain does not rest on that base, but actually floats in the cerebrospinal fluid. Due to the law of buoyancy, it loses as much weight as the displaced fluid weighs, so that the pressure the brain exerts on the brain base is only about 20 grams, and not 1,500 grams. This is a fact of principal importance, for it simply shows that gravity is not the effective principle behind functions of the brain, such as eye activity, capital I. This I activity, and largely also idea-forming activity, insofar as it is not will activity, I am now definitely referring to the physical correlate, brain activity, does not rest on the weight of the physical matter involved, but on buoyancy. It depends on the force that seeks to remove matter from the earth. With our I and our thoughts, we are not living in gravity, but indeed in buoyancy. Here this is particularly apparent as we consider the matter in this way. The principle that applies to the brain does essentially also apply to many other things in the human organism. Above all, it applies to the red blood cells, which contain iron. These float in the serum, and each of them loses as much of its weight as the displaced serum weighs. Consider this. If we altogether live in buoyancy in our souls, what it means for the whole way we feel and altogether live the whole of life in the human organism, if we have a greater or smaller number of red blood cells containing iron inside us. In other words, if we understand in a given case that what is happening in the blood simply due to the buoyancy of those blood cells is not in order, we will know that we must supply iron in some way, and this will make it possible for the iron to unfold its activity properly in the blood and not to be used in some other kind of way. In spiritual scientific terms, this means that we are dealing with the iron level in the blood as far as the relationship of the etheric to the astral organism is concerned. If you understand how heart and lung function transfers everything taken in by the human being into vitalization, that renal function then takes it into the astral organism, you will not be that far away from realizing that this needs balance. When etheric activity or astral activity gets too powerful, and there is no balance, the whole organism must fall into disorder. The way of producing this balance, giving the organism the possibility of transferring just as much of the food into renal function as is necessary, is to regulate the iron level in the blood. Since you give either gravity or buoyancy to the actual dynamics in the blood, depending on how you regulate the iron level, you are regulating the whole blood circulation, which in turn influences renal function. And in transmitting iron or taking it away, you have a major regulator for the blood circulation function, that is, the interrelationship between the human etheric and astral organism. Let us now apply this by considering something specific. Let us assume we detect flatulence, wind, as a first symptom in the human organism. I am choosing the most primitive things here so that we may understand one another. What does flatus mean to someone who fully understands the human organism? It means that there are air organizations in the person in which the astral organism is strongly present, which do not dissolve rapidly enough. This is an effect of the astral organism, which is active in the gaseous, the airy human being. Activities of the astral organism are present in the individual, which do not develop and dissolve in the regular way, but accumulate. We then have a preponderance of astral organizational activity coming to physical expression in the aeriform human being. This is what we have if there is flatulence. Being too powerful, astral activity affects all our sensory functions, especially the functions of the head. Because astral activity does not spread properly through the organism, but congeals, it does not act properly into the metabolism, but rebounds onto the neurosensory system, being more closely related to it. And we will very soon find that the neurosensory system is not functioning properly either, or at least assume that we have a syndrome partly consisting in that the neurosensory system is also not functioning properly. At this point, I have to say something relating to a neurosensory system that is not functioning properly. A lot of mischief goes on in physiology where the neurosensory system is concerned. Forgive me, there is no ill intent. You have to take everything with a familiar grain of salt, of course. If I am too compromising, we'll understand one another less well. Permit me, therefore, to put things in radical terms. Seen from the supersensible point of view, if we consider any function which we are able to demonstrate empirically using our senses, it will, from such a higher point of view, be the sense-perceptible reflection of something which exists in the spirit. The whole human organism is the sense-perceptible image of something spiritual. However, interaction between spirit and soul on the one hand, and the physical organic element in the human organism on the other, certainly is not as easy to comprehend as we tend to imagine for the neurosensory system. The reason is that if we consider only the human physical organization, things are not the way one would like to assume with the physical organization as a whole, as it were, excepting the nervous system and the senses, and the nervous system is embedded in this structure and functioning separately to serve only the psyche. It is not seen in such radical terms, of course, but if we then base our practical considerations on our theory of the physical, then this is pretty well what we get. This is why there is hardly any possibility of forming a sensible idea on, quote, functional diseases, close quote, as they are called today, nervous disorders, and so on. There is not anything in the human organism that is not part of the whole organism and interacting with other organs. There is no separate nervous system, so that the organism takes care of itself with the nervous system embedded in it, who knows by which divine spirit, so that it may be a soul. Look for proof. You'll find it in a trice. Primarily, the nervous system is the origin of configuring, rounding powers in the human organism, as I mentioned yesterday. The shape of your nose, the shape of your whole organism, is essentially configured from the nervous system. The renal system sends out the powers of matter radially, and the nervous system is there to give the organism its forms, both inwardly and outwardly. Initially, it has nothing to do with the psyche. It configures, shapes the human organism inwardly and outwardly. It is the sculptor. In the early stages of individual human development, a particular part of nerve function separates off. The organism does not use it for its own configuration, and the psyche adapts to this part, secondarily, gradually adapting more and more. If one notes how a piece of the nerve process is torn out in the early years of childhood, and how soul life adapts to these configuring principles, one will then have the actual empirical state of affairs. There truly is no question of the nervous system needing to be incorporated into the organism by some council of gods, and has to be the basis for life in the will, in feelings and thoughts. There is simply no question of this. The life in senses and nerves is born with a kind of hypertrophy. Some of this is taken out, and soul activity then adapts to this saved part, whilst the primary function in the neurosensory system is configuration. All organs are configured from the neurosensory system. If you wish to verify this empirically, start with the senses located in the skin, spread out over the whole skin, with the sense of warmth, the sense of touch, and try to see how these senses cause the whole modeling of the human organism, whereas other senses configure to the form of specific organs. Even our ability to see depends on some of the configuring power originating in the visual tract to develop the cerebral organs being left over, with the soul qualities we develop in our power of vision adapting to it. We must first see things properly in this area. Otherwise, we won't be in any position to understand the human being properly. For we simply won't know that with metabolism in progress day by day, year by year, our organs must in the first place be provided all the time with the principle sent out from the kidneys with the radial principle, and that the organs must then be rounded out, modeled. Throughout life this comes from the nerve organs, which extend from the senses to the inner human organism. The psyche simply adapts to this one organ tract, and this allows higher sensory functions and the forming of ideas to arise. This will demonstrate to us that when, on the one hand, we have flatulence in the syndrome, and with this establish that the astral organization is too powerful, this excessive power of the astral organization moves things toward the configuring power of the senses, so that toward the periphery and upward in the human organism, it is not only that astral activity is dammed up and pushed together, but these bubbles of gas, which really want to turn into organs, are rounded off. In other words, over-powerful renal function means that the attempt is continually made in the upper human being to hold the eye organization back in the upward direction from letting anything entering into the organism via the blood remain behind in the given way. With the complex of which I am speaking, we will therefore frequently see spasms associated, which are due to the fact that the astral is not entering into the rest of the organism in the right way. When it comes to a halt up above, it will not enter into the rest of the organism. We note spasmodic phenomena in the rest of the organism, always due to the fact that the astral is staying behind. It stays behind in this case. And when we inwardly look at such a syndrome, initially with the help of the supersensible, we can relate the things we see outwardly to what we have seen inwardly. Consider, the astral is up above, held back, and this causes the whole metabolism to be drawn upward. The astral body will then not provide properly for the renal organs and above all the stomach. The stomach, getting too little from the astral organization, defends itself. Outwardly, you'll see colics and gastric spasms, or characteristic spasms will develop in the sexual organs because they are not fully and properly organized by the astral, or periods are delayed or stopped because eye activity is held back up above. We now ask ourselves what we can do about such irregularities. You see, it is really best if we understand that the magical names we give to diseases actually only serve as labels for conventional communication. And what matters is that we do indeed everywhere see what individual symptoms come together and actually group together and one into the other. We must, however, be able to rate these symptoms. Consider, therefore, that we now look to the function which is attached, as it were, to a flower that contains sulfur. What I want to say is that when we have a flower that contains some sulfur, this means that a very powerful process is going into the inorganic, with the organic still attached to it. If we now introduce such a flower, or even just the sulfur produced from such a flower, into the human organism as a medicine, we are above all calling on everything that happens in the digestive tract to be more active. We call on it to be more active. The plant is essentially going through a devitalization process, as I said before, which has to be reversed. A tea of flowers containing sulfur stimulates the stomach and particularly also intestinal activity. As a result, the irregularity which has developed in renal activity is indirectly challenged to react strongly. And it is possible for us, perhaps only temporarily, for the things that act in this way are generally only temporary, but if we help the organism for a time, it will in most cases come to help itself, to balance out this delay or stoppage in the upward direction by means of powerful downward counter-pressure, calling the astral organization back into the digestive tract again, as it were. And this is evident in that the colics and stomach cramps disappear. This will only rarely be enough on its own, however. It may be enough when the gastric spasms are mild. We should never overstimulate the organism when a gentler medicine will do. Never use a more powerful one. Let us assume we have a syndrome of the kind I have been describing. And as the disorder is severe, we first want to direct our attention to the fact that powerful renal activity is making demands on an excessively active astral body, which exerts a powerful influence on the sensory organization, weakening and undermining it in a way. It is not, in fact, undermined as sensory organization, but the influence of the astral organism is so powerful that the configuring power of the neurosensory organization is drowned out just by the astral organism being active. The sense organs or the neurosensory organization altogether is not less active, but it is not active in its own true function as neurosensory organization. Instead, it is, as it were, assuming the organization of the astral organism and functions in the way the astral organism itself functions. That is, it does not perform its sculpting action in the right way. We have to use something that will get the astral activity out of the neurosensory organization. We can do this in no other way but by using something which acts on the neurosensory organization, which, after all, relates to the outside world most of all, and as an organization is also in the human being most related to the inorganic. The physiology of the senses is in a happy position, because many things in the sense organs can be explained in inorganic, that is, purely physical, or at most also chemical terms. Consider how much in the eye, EYE, is sheer optics. You can make nice drawings if you take the eye to be a kind of camera. I merely want to indicate here how we relate to the outside world, especially through our sense organs, how we have bays in our sense organs, through which the outside world extends into us, particularly through the inorganic. If we need to support this specific activity of senses and nerves, we can do this very well with a principle which is introduced into the human organism as silica. For silica has an affinity to this inorganic element in the periphery. We drive the astral organization out, as it were, with the principle which exactly in everything that underlies silica moves so extraordinarily powerfully to the inorganic, also externally. If you find silica in a flower, you'll always discover that the flower grows spiny, that it moves strongly toward the inorganic. In this way, we can relieve the sense organs, on the one hand, with this silica principle, and on the other by providing the organism in such a state with more sugar than it usually has. Sugar also is a substance processed in the human organism in a way where the process is closest to the inorganic. Everything introduced into the body as sugar will also relieve the sense organs. If you are also able to do so, you can support this further by introducing alkaline salts. These relieve the nervous system in particular of astral activity. These things need to be demonstrated in a series of empirical experiments. Spiritual science thus makes it possible to arrive at regulative principles, for in the activity which develops as we gain in intuitive insight, for instance, we see the after effects of sugar quite specifically in the parts of the human nervous system that go from the central nervous system to the sense organs. Seeing the after effects of silica, we see that it actually tends toward the peripheral quality which develops in the senses. These things can be verified, checked. Medicines simply made of alkaline salts, which powerfully relieve nerve functions of astrality, made of sugar, which of course must not be given in the usual amounts but in unusual ones, to which I will refer in a minute, and silica are all effective when the syndrome to which I've been referring is present to a high degree. The substances to which I have just been referring are best made into medicines by simply making a suitable decoction of chamomile root. You might think it strange that I am referring specifically to the root. But the points of view cross, and we have to understand that when the symptoms are powerful, we have least need of sulfur or anything taken from the floral organization. What we do need is something still very vital in the plant, so that a long road must be followed to make the counteraction strong enough. If we introduce the characteristic substances contained in chamomile root into the digestive tract in suitable dosage, the counteraction is not strong enough in this case to make vitalization occur at the transition from intestine to blood. Instead, the principle inherent above all in sugar and silica, and also in the alkaline salts, is simply pushed through, unprocessed. This gives renal function the opportunity to take it up into its radiations, so that renal function makes the substances thus received act toward the neural and sensory functions. This relieves neural and sensory activities of the astral functions concerned. If we understand such things, actually see how to proceed with treatment in such a way, and this is the healthiest way of working, such a course of events can teach us a great deal. We can then easily be guided toward other things. We can see, as it were, how something taken up into the human organization is transformed there, how renal function then comes into play, which really takes up what the blood channels bring to it and lets it radiate out. How sculpting activity then acts back on it. How this sculpting activity is produced in pure form by silica, sugars, and alkaline salts. One would like to say that from the supersensible point of view, seen intuitively, silica, alkaline salts, and sugars create a kind of human phantom. We have something like a phantom before us when we envisage the creative powers of these substances. For they are above all sculptors, having sculpting in them. Gaining this insight, this becomes clear to us even at the level of external physical configuration. The powerful effect of silica is in the first place due to the fact that silica tends to occur as long crystals in the inorganic field. We would not be able to achieve what it is possible to achieve with silica using other substances, as these tend to form more rounded rather than elongated crystals. One might be able to cure a hedgehog with them, but not a human being, the growth principle of the latter tending toward elongation. You have to have a feeling for this artistic tendency in nature, which configures the organism mainly out of neural and sensory activity, or you will not be able to find rationally the connections between outside substances and processes in the human organism. But there is such a rational treatment, where one simply sees both what is going on outside and how it is broken down in the human organism, where renal activity can radiate it out, and it can be taken over by the sculpting activity of the neurosensory organism. Let us take some other example. Let us assume that instead of excessive, overpowering kidney radiation, we have renal function that is too weak. That is, too little of the food substance is absorbed into the astrality. Everything I said about the previous syndrome comes from action into the astral organism being too powerful. The astral organism is active in the upper human being and holds back from digestive activity, heart activity, lung activity. Mucus congestion develops alongside this syndrome, and so do other things which you can easily establish. So that is the situation with excessive astral activity. Let us assume we are dealing with the opposite, with astral activity that is too weak. Renal activity is not radiating enough, and the human astral organism actually is not in a position to provide what it is meant to provide for the configuring power, striking into it. The configuring power cannot work its way in as far as the astral organism. That organism does not adequately reach the periphery, and there is therefore no lively contact between configuring power and the power of circulating foods, matter, the distribution of matter. The matter is distributed, but not utilized by the configuring power. The modeling, sculpting power is reduced. Matter is left to its own life. The astral body stays too volatile, does not properly enter into the processing of matter. You see, we may also look at such a thing as a syndrome. What will it be like, this syndrome? Well, above all, the matter in the blood channels is not taken up properly by a weak renal function. That is, an astral organization functioning at a low level, so that the astral organization is not working adequately. The matter drops down, as it were. Hemorrhoids develop. Heavy periods develop. There is no contact, and the metabolism deteriorates in itself. When this situation exists in the organism, a kind of occult febrile condition may very easily develop, and even intermittent fevers. Now, you see, it is like this. How do we deal with such a syndrome? The activity of the astral organism is too weak. We have to stimulate renal function so that it allows sufficient matter to be absorbed into the astral organism. Something arises here to which I referred earlier. The best thing is to establish a balance between etheric and astral organism. This will simply give us the right transition to renal activity from what enters into the system of heart and lungs from the digestive tract. We get a kind of balance, but we can actually regulate it in very many cases by regulating the iron level in the organism. The iron level regulates the circulation in that it now actually provokes powerful inner renal activity. This can be demonstrated in physical terms as a change in urea elimination through the kidneys and also in the sweat on the skin. It will certainly be possible to demonstrate this. In very many cases, we must, of course, understand that this balance is always extraordinarily unstable, and the medicinal agent in question, which is already in us, really helps only in the grossest cases. Yet whilst things which in some way contain sulfur are helpful in the digestive tract, and substances such as silica and alkaline salts are mainly helpful in the neurosensory system, which we now consider to be the configuring principle, it is the pure metals which serve to regulate the balance between gravity and buoyancy in the right way. We merely have to try and see how we must use them in order to maintain the upset balance in all kinds of different ways, starting with iron. Sometimes it will be gold, sometimes copper, depending on the nature of the syndrome. But when we are held fast here by the type of illness in the human organism, pure metals will allow us to achieve the most important results. And if it is a matter of the interrelationship between form-giving and deformation, being such that there is too little form-giving and it becomes organic, if initially this relationship between system of lungs and heart on the one hand, and renal system on the other is not in order, we will actually do best with iron if the situation truly is such. If it is such, however, that long-term disorders in these processes have caused organs to be deformed, with the sculpting activity unable to get down to these organs, that is, when organs have become deformed, have suffered from lack of sculpting activity, then we must use mercury, let us say. Mercury has inherent powers of form, the drop form retainable in the metal, which means it acts particularly on the lower organs in man. We can also establish certain connections between metals and the organs of the head, if attacked and deformed, let us say, when the nervous system itself has been impaired. In this case, it is, however, best not to depend wholly on establishing a stable balance as against a fluctuating balance. This is extraordinarily difficult. It is the way it would be with highly sensitive scales. We try everything to get the beam to balance, but it is really difficult. We will find it easier, however, if we do not just fiddle around with the beam, but with the scales. We can achieve this state of balance by supporting the iron action, for instance, by introducing something containing sulfur into the digestive tract and give it the counter effect with alkaline salts in the neurosensory organism. We then have iron effective in the middle, rhythmic human being. It will then disperse most beautifully, and potassium and calcium or alkaline salts active in the neurosensory organism, and the sulfur quality in the digestive rhythm. In that way, we manage better to establish the balance. It is most remarkable that we have the opposite situation in the leaves of certain plants. If you process the leaves of Urtica dioica in the right way, for example, they have to be the leaves of the ordinary stinging nettle, Urtica dioica, you'll have a medicament consisting of sulfur, iron, and the necessary salts that act in this way. You merely must be able truly to see together the devitalizing power in the plant and the vitalizing power in the human organism. It is actually the case that the whole sulfur process in the Urtica dioica root is gradually moving toward the inorganic. The human organism goes in the opposite direction, converting the sulfur via protein to such effect that it will gradually put the digestion to rights. The iron in Urtica dioica acts in a direction from the leaves that Urtica dioica throws apart also in the seed, and hence also in next year's leaves, the very principle which in the human organism brings together the rhythmic process. It is the opposite process in Urtica dioica. The attack coming from the leaves of this plant is a destructive element that must indeed be overcome if the rhythmic process in the human organism is to be put in order. And again, the alkaline salts in the plant are least transformed into inorganic matter, and therefore have the farthest to go, going up to the neurosensory organization, easily so. For as we know, renal function is asleep and suppressed with the syndrome under consideration. In the human organism, we truly have a distribution which is the opposite of that perceived in an outward form in plant development. But it certainly is not necessary for us to limit ourselves to medicines based on plants. We can also make synthetic medicines by putting the substances to which I have just been referring together in suitable dosage and cure patients with these. These things can indeed gradually make therapy into a rational science and an art or skill. For it will not be wholly a science any more than you can be a sculptor without also being an artist. You may know a lot about how to handle the trowel, shape the clay, but something always results which is also artistic. We also cannot achieve therapy without this. We have to have it in hand, a mental or spiritual hand, of course, to establish the dosage. This is something which does not suit a great many people who want to make medicine into a pure science, but that is the way it is. Let me suggest what may also happen by means of an example. It may be the case that appropriate combined activity of the inorganic produced in the human organism, in preparation for organizing things on the one hand, and intervention of the ether body, of heart and lung function on the other, is disrupted. This disruption becomes more and more likely the older a person gets. The digestive tract and the vascular system are not working together as they should. We must then above all pay attention to the consequence, an accumulation of metabolic products. If the business does not spread through the organism as it should, we do of course have to deal with a massing of metabolic products. We enter into the whole field of metabolic diseases, from the mildest to the most severe forms. And we have to understand that kidney function is then also out of kilter, which is because it is not provided with anything to emanate, since it is all dammed up before this. And we are dealing with highly complicated forms of disease in that case. On the one hand, digestive and renal activity are not providing what is needed to have material for their sculpting activity. And on the other hand, deterioration of sculpting activity means that the organic balance is upset from the other side, so that sculpting activity is gradually also lost. The metabolic products spread out in the organism, and the power to get them into sculptured form, to use them as creative material, gradually ceases altogether. We then have the metabolic diseases that are really difficult to treat, and have to be treated by trying to take everything which may be said to be related to the process of becoming inorganic, that is, next door to the sulfur-like, phosphorus-like principles in flowers or connected to the volatile oils, and make it take effect in the digestive tract, and then also in the cardiopulmonary tract, so that we bring about renal activity in the organism, and so assist the sculpting powers. With this disease, it is of the greatest importance to be able to get at the digestive tract. Renal function and the production of sweat are polar opposites in some respect, intimately bound up with each other. And when renal function is not properly occupied by the things I have been characterizing, sweating activity will also regress. And this is something which merits special attention. Wherever sweating is not in order, renal function will also be out of order. Generally speaking, reduced sweating activity means that renal activity is like a machine that has nothing to process and yet goes on working. The materials coming from food have been dammed up before this and spread in the human organism in the wrong way. If we manage with courses of sulfur given externally or internally, we can influence this from either side, since we can act via the skin as well as via the kidneys to stimulate the digestive tract so much that it will on its own part stimulate cardiopulmonary activity, so that renal activity takes in the material again, receives it so that it does not get held somewhere else but is pushed into the renal activity. Then we may indeed manage to get control even of metabolic diseases. With all this, we must, however, clearly understand that in the human organism we are truly dealing with something that does not want to be fully healed, I'd say, but merely wants to be stimulated to heal itself. This is enormously important. In sickness, the human organism really wants to be stimulated to heal itself. To make the cure a lasting one, we really have to limit ourselves to providing the necessary stimuli. A cure that seems to proceed smoothly will more easily lead to relapses than a disease that is stimulated to heal. The organism has initially got used to the healing process and continues with it by its own activity. In this way, it connects much more closely with the healing process until the reaction comes up again. Initially, however, there is a kind of habituation. And if we adapt to the healing process in our organism for a time, that is the very best way of healing. For the organism then truly takes up the healing process that has been placed in it. All I have been able to do in this way is to make some suggestions as to method. But you will see that it is a matter of being really serious now in letting spiritual science cast light on physiology, pathology, and therapy. The human being does not exist in isolation, but is part of the whole cosmos. And if you have some process or other that takes a certain direction in the human being, say in an ascending curve, we must look for the descending curve outside the human being. We will be able to have a balancing effect on curves that rise too strongly, and so on. Medicine demands that, in a sense, you do already know the whole world. I was, of course, able to give you only a tiny segment, but this tiny segment will make you aware that you'll need to get to know Urtica diolica, Colchicum autumnale, or any other plant in a very different way from that generally required today. You have to see, as you look at the plant, where it seeks to go in its descending trend. So, if you come to Colchicum autumnale, you have to perceive that, first of all, the season when the plant appears has some significance for the whole structure. It establishes a certain relationship to devitalization. The color of the flower and the season indicate that very slight devitalization occurs in autumn crocus. If you then do your experiments as to how Colchicum autumnale might help, you'll find that the organism has to make efforts that go a long way to effect the opposite, vitalization, that is, to kill the plant off first and then bring it to life again, to put it in primitive terms. And the whole process goes all the way up to the human thyroid. And you can now do series of experiments to see how Colchicum autumnale becomes a medicine for goiter. Honestly, there is no question of complaining wildly in a dilettante way about modern scientific methods. No, it is a matter of indicating directions that will really lead to a more practical utilization than just trying things out. I do not in the least want to say that trying things out may not also take one to one's goal. It does also lead to goals. But many things escape us altogether. Above all, much escapes us of what we can learn from nature. It truly is good if we can synthetically produce a preparation of iron, sulfur, and alkali, if we know how nature herself brings them together synthetically in a certain way, so that we may also learn extraordinarily much for synthesis, if we understand what is going on in the natural world outside. It would indeed be fascinating to go into detail about various aspects. I think our medical friends will have done so for one thing or another in their lectures. Some of it may also be found in our literature. Some other things are such that I would hope to see them soon in our literature. For I am convinced that when these things are properly presented in our literature, people will take the standpoint where they say, well, to be a physician I must be able to heal, and so I'll also turn to something which at first goes against the grain. If it helps, I'll not be able to reject what is written in that literature as well. And so I think it would be good for us to have as soon as possible a literature covering the science of the spirit and the science based on the evidence of the senses. This will help us so that the opinion will be, yes, it does help. and so it cannot be such dreadful nonsense after all. And I am quite convinced that once the matter is really got going, the opinion will be, it helps, and that is what I would wish to rely on. Try it, and you'll see that it helps. And it will also be of some importance, for among the things used in official medicine are many, after all, that do not help. And the struggle between things that do not help and those that do will be where they must take place, which we do so very much desire to see from the point of view of spiritual science. The end of Lecture 8.